The amount of bill I have to pay. Then I go for collect some money a while ago. Me can't break down for me. The service all done and me even have no credit. It look like me even lost my wallet.
What are the fear though?
When my life will go better.
At this you need, man.
Link? Why?
So you can live your best life.
What you mean?
Me and you talk about buy credit, pay bills, and collect money. All of that can do on the Link app.
Oh?
Yeah.
And that no one here.
I tell you, man, you can live your best life with Link. But seriously, you have a fear though?
Just cool, man. Me will link you.
Alright then.
In 2019, we gave you Go IPO, the region's first digital IPO application platform, revolutionizing the local equities market. With over $7 billion in capital raised via this platform, the innovation continues. Now we introduce the Go IPO Bond Portal, giving you a fully digital bond offer experience from application to confirmation. So there is no need to go in branch and no extra fees, because seamless access to wealth starts with the NCB Capital Markets Limited. Visit goipo.jncb.com. Click offers, then bonds.
Are you prepared to make the most of your golden years? With the NCB Pensions Portal, you can safeguard your future with ease. Access safe retirement planning opportunities anytime, anywhere. Enroll in a pension plan, manage your investments, adjust your contributions, enjoy a world of convenience as you step into the future you desire. Log on to a better tomorrow. Visit smart.ncbinsurance.com to start planning now.
As a business owner, wouldn't it be mind-blowing if you could just pick up a new location or a larger factory from a magical shelf?
Need a boost?
There's no need for daydreaming. Get the capital you need to take your business to the next level with NCB SME Boost. Be empowered with the most flexible solution for business owners. NCB SME Boost is specifically developed to support your medium-sized business in any productive sector. NCB SME Boost, the next level is within reach. Apply online or schedule a visit to boost your business.
Investing just got easier. Introducing the NCB Capital Markets mobile app. We've expanded our digital investment solutions just for you. Build wealth anywhere, anytime. Buy and sell equities, manage your investment portfolio, view stock trends and daily market performance. Download today. Register using your existing NCB online banking login credentials. To open an account or get more info, contact our Wealth Hub today.
Live your way with an NCB on-the-go account. It's a flexible transactional account that helps you to manage your daily transactions 24/7. With NCB on the go, you get free online transactions between NCB accounts, 4 free ABM withdrawals per month, free online bill payments, and no minimum balance fee. You'll need your TRN, national ID, proof of address, proof of income, and $2,000. Open your NCB on-the-go account online at jncb.com/on-the-go. Conditions apply.
We know what you want. A little bit of fun. A little taste of adventure. You want joy. You want passion. Of course, security for you and your family. You want experiences that will last a lifetime and all your dreams turn to reality. To get exactly what you want, you need Clarion Plus. Our suite of tailored solutions and curated experiences gives you the freedom to shape Clarion the way you need, so you can build your life the way you want. Clarion Plus.
The way you've built your career into a masterpiece, so you can have days that look like a work of art, will be the legacy that will live on as your crowning glory. Now let us help put the finishing touches on your brilliance with Clarion's vast experience, deep expertise, and digital tools, all focused to give you what you deserve. The finest things in life.
Today's woman is not just an entrepreneur, a mother, or the girlfriend that gets all the girls together. She's all that and much more. We call her a queen. She's driven to live life to the max, and nothing should slow her drive down. That's why Guardian General's Queen Guard Motor Insurance was created with this woman in mind. Delivering benefits like 24-hour roadside assistance, uninsured motorist protection, windscreen coverage, replacement of personal belongings, speedy claims settlement, and so much more at affordable premiums that won't break your pocket. For more information, contact your broker or call us at 876-935-6681 or toll free 888-468-3474.
Should critical illness strike, don't let worry fill your head. Say hello to happiness and goodbye to worry with Guardian Life's new Ultimate Provider Plan. Secure your medical expenses in the event of critical illness ahead of time while benefiting from our investment portfolio and so much more. Give yourself and your family the peace of mind you deserve with Guardian Life's new Ultimate Provider Plan today. And live secure, live easy.
Opening an investment account is easier with Go IPO. Crush the paperwork and get online with NCB Capital Markets' fully digital investment account opening platform. No need to visit an NCB Capital Markets location. You can upload any required documents like your ID, proof of address, and TRL from the comfort of your home. Plus, you can open the account with joint account holders. Be ready for the next IPO. Visit goipo.jncb.com to open your investment account today. Conditions apply.
Oh lad, how wrong with you?
List too long, my boss. The amount of bill I have to pay. Them go for collect some money a while ago. Me can't break down for me. The service all done and me even have no credit. It look like me even lost my wallet.
When you have the fear though?
When my life will go better.
At this you need, man.
Link? Why?
So you can live your best life.
What you mean?
Me and you talk about buy credit, pay bills, and collect money. All of that can do on the link up.
Oh?
Yeah.
And that me want hear.
I tell you, man, can live your best life with link. But seriously, you have the fear though?
Just cool, man. Me will link you.
Alright then.
In 2019, we gave you Go IPO, the region's first digital IPO application platform, revolutionizing the local equities market. With over $7 billion in capital raised via this platform, the innovation continues. Now we introduce the Go IPO Bond Portal, giving you a fully digital bond offer experience from application to confirmation. So there is no need to go in branch and no extra fees, because seamless access to wealth starts with the NCB Capital Markets Limited. Visit goipo.jncb.com. Click offers, then bonds.
Are you prepared to make the most of your golden years? With the NCB Pensions Portal, you can safeguard your future with ease. Access safe retirement planning opportunities anytime, anywhere. Enroll in a pension plan, manage your investments, adjust your contributions, enjoy a world of convenience as you step into the future you desire. Log on to a better tomorrow. Visit smart.ncbinsurance.com to start planning now.
As a business owner, wouldn't it be mind-blowing if you could just pick up a new location or a larger factory from a magical shelf?
Need a boost?
There's no need for daydreaming. Get the capital you need to take your business to the next level with NCBSME Boost. Be empowered with the most flexible solution for business owners. NCBSME Boost is specifically developed to support your medium-sized business in any productive sector. NCBSME Boost, the next level is within reach. Apply online or schedule a visit to boost your business.
Investing just got easier. Introducing the NCB Capital Markets mobile app. We've expanded our digital investment solutions just for you. Build wealth anywhere, anytime. Buy and sell equities. Manage your investment portfolio. View stock trends and daily market performance. Download today. Register using your existing NCB online banking login credentials. To open an account or get more info, contact our Wealth Hub today.
Live your way with an NCB on-the-go account. It's a flexible transactional account that helps you to manage your daily transactions 24/7. With NCB on the go, you get free online transactions between NCB accounts, 4 free ABM withdrawals per month, free online bill payments, and no minimum balance fee. You'll need your TRN, national ID, proof of address, proof of income, and $2,000. Open your NCB on-the-go account online at jncb.com/on-the-go. Conditions apply.
We know what you want. A little bit of fun, a little taste of adventure. You want joy. You want passion. Of course, security for you and your family. You want experiences that will last a lifetime and all your dreams turn to reality. To get exactly what you want, you need Clarion Plus. Our suite of tailored solutions and curated experiences gives you the freedom to shape Clarion the way you need, so you can build your life the way you want. Clarion Plus.
The way you've built your career into a masterpiece, so you can have days that look like a work of art, will be the legacy that will live on as your crowning glory. Now let us help put the finishing touches on your brilliance with Clarion's vast experience, deep expertise, and digital tools, all focused to give you what you deserve, the finest things in life.
Today's woman is not just an entrepreneur, a mother, or the girlfriend that gets all the girls together. She's all that and much more. We call her a queen. She's driven to live life to the max, and nothing should slow her drive down. That's why Guardian General's Queen Guard Motor Insurance was created with this woman in mind. Delivering benefits like 24-hour roadside assistance, uninsured motorist protection, windscreen coverage, replacement of personal belongings, speedy claims settlement, and so much more at affordable premiums that won't break your pocket. For more information, contact your broker or call us at 876-935-6681 or toll free 888-468-3474.
Should critical illness strike, don't let worry fill your head. Say hello to happiness and goodbye to worry with Guardian Life's new Ultimate Provider Plan. Secure your medical expenses in the event of critical illness ahead of time while benefiting from more investment portfolio and so much more. Give yourself and your family the peace of mind you deserve with Guardian Life's new Ultimate Provider Plan today. And live secure, live easy.
Opening an investment account is easier with Go IPO. Crush the paperwork and get online with NCB Capital Markets' fully digital investment account opening platform. No need to visit an NCB Capital Markets location. You can upload any required documents like your ID, proof of address, and TRN from the comfort of your home. Plus, you can open the account with joint account holders. Be ready for the next IPO. Visit goipo.jncb.com to open your investment account today. Conditions apply.
Oh lad, how wrong with you?
List it too long, my boss. The amount of bill I have to pay. Them go for collect some money a while ago. Me can't break down for me. The service all done and me even have no credit. It look like me even lost my wallet.
When you have the fear though?
When my life will go better.
This you need, man.
Link? Why?
So you can live your best life.
What you mean?
Me and you talk about buy credit, pay bills, and collect money. All of that can do on the link up.
Oh?
Yeah.
And that me want to hear.
I tell you, man, you can live your best life with Link. But seriously, you have the fear though?
Just cool, man. Me will link you.
Alright then.
In 2019, we
Oh lad, how wrong with you?
List it too long, my boss. The amount of bill I have to pay. Them go for collect some money a while ago. Me can't break down for me. The service all done and me even have no credit. It look like me even lost my wallet.
When you have the fear though?
When my life will go better.
This you need, man.
Link? Why?
So you can live your best life.
What you mean?
Me and you talk about buy credit, pay bills, and collect money. All of that can do on the link up.
Oh?
Yeah.
And that me want to hear.
I tell you, man, you can live your best life with Link. But seriously, you have the fear though?
Just cool, man. Me will link you.
Alright then.
In 2019, we gave you Go IPO, the region's first digital IPO application platform, revolutionizing the local equities market. With over $7 billion in capital raised via this platform, the innovation continues. Now we introduce the Go IPO Bond Portal, giving you a fully digital bond offer experience from application to confirmation. So there is no need to go in branch and no extra fees, because seamless access to wealth starts with the NCB Capital Markets Limited. Visit goipo.jncb.com. Click offers, then bonds.
Are you prepared to make the most of your golden years? With the NCB Pensions Portal, you can safeguard your future with ease. Access safe retirement planning opportunities anytime, anywhere. Enroll in a pension plan, manage your investments, adjust your contributions, enjoy a world of convenience as you step into the future you desire. Log on to a better tomorrow. Visit smart.ncbinsurance.com to start planning now.
As a business owner, wouldn't it be mind-blowing if you could just pick up a new location or a larger factory from a magical shelf?
Need a boost?
There's no need for daydreaming. Get the capital you need to take your business to the next level with NCB Boost. Be empowered with the most flexible solution for business owners. NCB Boost is specifically developed to support your medium-sized business in any productive sector. NCB Boost, the next level is within reach. Apply online or schedule a visit to boost your business.
Investing just got easier. Introducing the NCB Capital Markets mobile app. We've expanded our digital investment solutions just for you. Build wealth anywhere, anytime. Buy and sell equities. Manage your investment portfolio. View stock trends and daily market performance. Download today. Register using your existing NCB online banking login credentials. To open an account or get more info, contact our Wealth Hub today.
Live your way with an NCB on-the-go account. It's a flexible transactional account that helps you to manage your daily transactions 24/7. With NCB on the go, you get free online transactions between NCB accounts, 4 free ABM withdrawals per month, free online bill payments, and no minimum balance fee. You'll need your TRN, national ID, proof of address, proof of income, and $2,000. Open your NCB on-the-go account online at jncb.com/on-the-go. Conditions apply.
We know what you want. A little bit of fun. A little taste of adventure. You want joy. You want passion, of course, security for you and your family. You want experiences that will last a lifetime and all your dreams turn to reality. To get exactly what you want, you need Clarion Plus. Our suite of tailored solutions and curated experiences gives you the freedom to shape Clarion the way you need, so you can build your life the way you want. Clarion Plus.
The way you've built your career into a masterpiece, so you can have days that look like a work of art, will be the legacy that will live on as your crowning glory. Now let us help put the finishing touches on your brilliance with Clarion's vast experience, deep expertise, and digital tools, all focused to give you what you deserve, the finest things in life.
Today's woman is not just an entrepreneur, a mother, or the girlfriend that gets all the girls together. She's all that and much more. We call her a queen. She's driven to live life to the max, and nothing should slow her drive down. That's why Guardian General's Queen Guard Motor Insurance was created with this woman in mind. Delivering benefits like 24-hour roadside assistance, uninsured motorist protection, windscreen coverage, replacement of personal belongings, speedy claims settlement, and so much more at affordable premiums that won't break your pocket. For more information, contact your broker or call us at 876-935-6681 or toll free 888-468-3474.
You don't have a printed copy because I'm still not seeing it. NCB's annual general meeting. Actually, this is the pre-show. My name is Kalila Reynolds. You may know me as a business and finance journalist, CEO of Money Media Limited. And today, before we begin this AGM, we're going to be having a little discussion with our panel here. Joining me on today's panel is David Rose. He's also a business reporter. You may know him from the Jamaica Observer and all over Twitter as well. And to my left, we also have Dr. Leo Ray Gordon, who is with NCB. He's the head of economic and financial research and analysis for NCB. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
So this should be a rather interesting AGM because quite a bit has happened in the past year. For NCB, it has been a difficult year, and as much has been acknowledged in the annual report, talking about the different things that the company has been through, the delayering, as the chairman, Michael Leachin, calls it, at the top, meaning the separation of several high-level executives, and of course, the focus, the steadfast focus on the return to dividends. There's some interesting things that I've noted on the agenda for today, the resolutions. David, you've covered NCB AGMs in the past. What should we expect today?
Well, it's sure pretty interesting, I've never seen NCB in this much promotion for, an AGM before, I would have missed the 2020 meeting, not because of COVID, but I was busy that day, but, today we're seeing different items on the agenda. So, for example, last year, the non-executive directors, the persons who don't work with NCB directly, their compensation was fixed at $30 million last year. Today's resolutions including proposing an increase in that amount to $70 million.
72, I think it said.
Well, that's actually the fixed cap, basically. So it's still a considerable step up compared to the last year. And, we're also considering the appointment, of Mr. Bruce Bowen, who is the CEO of NCBJ, and Mr. Gary Brown. He is the former CEO of First Caribbean Bank, across the region. And some other items, what I can recall, are reaffirming the items that took place, at the EGM back in October. There's also, a couple other items, the standard recognition of auditors and other general, housekeeping matters. So I guess really the main focus of resolution side, but it's interesting that NCB has not gone back to in person for the AGM, it's gone back in person for the actual workers.
Right.
So I'm looking forward to when NCB actually goes back to that hybrid approach going forward, because I'm sure shareholders would want to get that interaction in person.
Right. So I did notice that this is online only, a virtual only AGM, apart from the directors who are inside the boardroom. Leo Ray, you're an insider here at NCB. What's the buzz here inside the building?
Buzz is the right word. It's definitely a buzz. What our initiatives are to improve efficiencies. And we have a very good framework by which we're looking at improving performance this year. You've heard it. It's about efficiencies, how we govern ourselves in an organization, and the whole customer experience. So everybody is excited about what's happening and the developments on those three areas. And in Q1, we're already seeing it in the results.
In Q1 for 2024, which would have been September to December.
Yes.
October to December.
October to December, right.
Yes.
Thanks for the correction, David.
Yes.
All right. It's good that you brought up Q1 because shareholders may have looked at the annual report for 2023, which ended September,
Yes.
and noticed that there was a significant decrease in profits. But there are reasons for that. Do you have any insights that you can share?
Absolutely. But, what I think we should focus on is our Q1, October to December, relative to where we were 12 months ago.
Which is what I want to come to. So
Yes.
I want to start with, what
Yes.
happened in 2023,
Right.
the financial year, and
Yes.
then look at the rebound
Right.
before. So what happened in 2023 that resulted in the decrease in net profits?
Well, you understand that in 2023, we had some significant organizational changes, right? And therefrom, we had to recognize certain costs and expenditures. As well, over Q1, we noticed where we have to pay our asset tax. And that accounts for a significant decline in our profits relative to the prior what would have obtained otherwise.
And then what happens to turn it around? Q1 2024, the numbers are looking a lot better.
Right.
Give me the numbers. I saw you looking at it
Yeah,
on your device.
I
just
have
now.
them here. Which
The device locked.
But Kalila, what I can tell you is that all the numbers are good across all our metrics. We see where, for example, the return on assets have doubled. Net income relative to equity has doubled. We've seen reductions in our cost to income ratio. Earnings per share has more than doubled in Q1 of 2024 relative to last year.
And those are things that we expect. Given the focus on dividends, you have to see the return in numbers.
Yes, yes.
Because if you're going to pay so many, what the statement said, 50% of, something about 50%. I saw it just now.
Policy?
Yeah, I saw it
so
somewhere.
So the policy is up to 50% of net profits. If there is...
Yes, a dividend payout ratio around 50% is what they envision. That's from the statement from Robert Almeida. And if you're going to do that, then you have to have good profits.
We definitely do. In addition to that, the organization is well capitalized, which, of course, we maintain capital above and beyond the regulatory minimum. And that will allow us to withstand the types of risks that you can imagine that could perhaps happen not only this year, but moving forward. So all across the board, we see where we have a strong organization.
Yeah. Well, David, at AGM, shareholders do get an opportunity to ask questions. Even though this is virtual, in the past, they've been given that opportunity. What type of questions do you anticipate this year is going to be on shareholders' minds?
Well, the big question is, we had the EGM back in October, and, that was to consider the APO, and it would discuss the push to reduce debt and increase profitability. And, that's going to be the question in everybody's minds, alongside the other part regarding, certain things such as, concerns over NCBJ. You're going to be hearing questions about, what I can recall is persons asking questions about, the issuance of share that we saw for the executives, and, just, the quantity of the dividend, because you saw, where back in August, when persons, especially had dividend consideration and didn't get it, you saw a massive drop in the NCBFG's price. And, when you saw the dividend actually declared in November, the price fell again because we're like, just 50 cents. So, we're going to have to hear persons, really ask what is the real target, because pre-COVID, we should have been, the 2019 financial should have been the last normalized year. NCB was paying 90 cents and it went to $1 per share quarterly. Just declared their first dividend over 2.5 years at 50 cents. So personally, I'd like to see that step back up to normalized levels, because other competitors in the space are back to pre-COVID, but they're pretty close back to that level. So dividends, the growth path, the sale of NCB Cayman, which is a private bank in the Cayman Islands, and just the plans to grow the business, because we've seen the changes to Link, on the NCBJ agreement now. So there are going to be a lot of questions, as to what's going forward, and also what is the plan with the new direction ahead, because you've had all these known seasoned executives, who've just gone out the window, and while you've had, persons who replace them, you're still getting used to them, so you're not familiar with their, gestures or their strategies. So it's going to be a big part of everybody's mind.
One thing that I've noticed a lot on social media, whenever I post anything regarding NCB, everybody's always asking about the quality of customer service and talking about some of the
pain points.
The pain points that they've had, using the ABMs, and not just that, but a big issue, not just for NCB, but nationally right now, is the issue of scamming and people's accounts being impacted. So do you expect that to possibly come up?
It's likely to come up as a question, especially, with all the reports that we've seen, in the different publications, online, traditional media. We've seen these topics, and, it's a very relevant question, especially with NCB, reducing the online transfer limits, considerably. Because before it's $500,000 per day, and now it's $100,000.
Right.
Please note, however, you can actually send an email to NCB to actually request an increase in that limit for your personal situation, but otherwise speaking, it's been considerably reduced. So persons are really concerned about, these changes, not because, they're against anti-fighting fraud, but more so the impact customers in the sense that they would have had the prior experiences and to then hear that you have to send an email in order for payments increase. It's kind of restrictive,
It's a restrictive, but it's the price that we have to pay because today everybody complaining, what are you doing about fraud? What are you doing to fight fraud? But then when something is done, you also complain because it inconveniences you. So you have to.
It's a different balance.
Yeah.
I think what we want our stakeholders to know is that we're on a path of improved efficiency. I mean, I can give you an analogy. And I know you don't do this, Kalila, but you're driving your car for 12 months, 2 years, and you haven't even done an oil change, right? When you finally decide to take it to the mechanic, change your air filter, change your oil filter, change your oil, you can feel the difference in that car. And it's a similar situation here at the financial group currently. It's all about efficiency. We have a whole initiative of improving customer experience, having the customer understand that they are our number one asset, and we are attempting to resolve all resolutions within a quick time. And I think that is the impetus that we will see coming forward.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something that customers definitely want. All right, so let me give the viewers an overview of what you can expect today and what the agenda is going to look like. They start with the anthem, and then the meeting will be called to order, followed by the chairman's welcome and the opening remarks. And you know who the chairman is, Michael Leachin. We'll have prayers, and then there's a notice of meeting. Following that, you're going to have the reports on financial and business performance. Because part of my paper is printed upside down here. So following that, I believe you have voting. The resolutions will be declared and voted on, tabled and voted on. Then we're going to have the reports on financial and business performance. Here we have resolutions. Audited accounts will be presented. So for those of you who are tuning in for the very first time and have never watched an AGM, this is what you can expect. Later on, you're going to have the declaration of the dividend.
No, not declaration.
Well, that's what it says on the paper.
No, not paid for the year.
No dividend was paid during the financial year. So the non-declaration of dividend. Election of followed by the election of directors. We're going to have Mrs. Sandra Glasgow being re-elected.
Put up for re-election.
Anticipated to be re-elected as a director. Then we'll have some motions, and then that's resolution about directors' remuneration that David mentioned earlier. And basically, that's what you can expect.
Q&A at the end.
Meeting. Q&A is normally at the end. My paper printed.
No worries, right here.
Okay. Yes, Q&A, and then we'll have the closing remarks from the chairman. It is expected to take possibly about 2 hours, but that can depend on how contentious the resolutions are in the voting process, and also the Q&A segment if that goes long or not. So more or less about 2 hours is what we're expecting.
One thing to just point out, when the auditor starts says, section where you have to read audit report, go get a drink, stretch your legs. It's going to take about really 15 to 30 minutes. So I would just find something else to occupy your time with. It's something that has to occur at every AGM in Jamaica for Jamaican companies. So once the auditor starts the remarks, just go and get some fresh air. Feel the grass.
Just chill. Take a chill pill. Yes. So I can ask you if there are gonna be any surprises, but for you, what are you most anticipating?
Right, but I wanted to touch on a point made earlier in terms of the stock price and to have everyone aware of the impact of the valuation in the high interest rate environment. A number of what we're seeing often is associated with the regulatory and monetary environment in which the BOJ increased its policy rate and high interest rates, and we know the pass-through on valuation for all assets. So much of that is associated with what we're seeing in the financial environment more broadly. So looking over the next 12 months, we think that there will be some room for an easing of that, and hence less downward pressure on those kinds of equity prices.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I think for many investors, that really is a big hope, not just stock market investors, but because, as you know, the interest rates affect so many other things. If you want to do real estate, if you want to, grow your business and take out a loan, the interest rates are a restrictive part of doing business.
One other point is, all these suppressed prices and reduced dividends actually hurt pensioners. So, but remember, pension funds invest in, equities as well. So when the value of the equities go down and, the dividends are also going down, it's a pretty rough cycle.
Circular.
And, as you mentioned, deals get slowed down. So, instead of going to real estate, they have to put into fixed income. So, the options to really serve those pensioners gets even more limited.
And I think as well, so we've had this depression of the stock price over the past couple of years, NCB being one of the biggest hit in terms of the depreciation of the stock price. But the return to dividends, I think, is a move in the right direction to help counter that, because it is believed that that was one of the primary reasons for investors shunning the NCB stock for the past couple of years.
And one of the things that we can lean on is the performance of the economy. When we look at employment, when we look at conditions in our largest trading partner, the US, when we look at the spend that they're spending on tourism and FX flows that are coming associated with the industry, and what we're seeing in terms of economic growth and resilience in Jamaica, once we have gotten through this high interest rate environment, it's only up to go. Only up to go.
Well, we're just about that time where they should be preparing to start. Can I get a cue if they are almost ready? Let me get a notification from our team. Are they almost ready to begin? All right, just give me a heads up when you're ready for me to throw to the boardroom. All right, give me an indication of when they may be ready to go. All right, they said keep going. All right. All right. So who attends the AGM in person? Is it just the directors, David?
So under the conditions that we're observing, in the case of a virtual AGM, NCB, has a physical space where the directors are there, and then you have two NCB employees who are shareholders, to move and second the motions. But in any typical AGM, in a physical space, or even virtual, you have the shareholders, who are present, and you have the directors and other persons, like potential investors who want to come and join the meeting. So that's really it.
All right, and for those who are new as well, if you wanted to vote in this AGM, you would have had to register 2 days ago. Deadline was the 7th. You can still do it?
No, if you're already registered, you can still vote.
Oh, if you already registered from before, but if you're new, the deadline was February 7th. So they are just about ready now to begin. So we're gonna throw it to NCB boardroom for this year's annual general meeting. And we'll be back with the post show.
We'll now kick off the formal business of this AGM by playing the national anthem. I now declare meeting open, call to order. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum? Mr. Secretary. Sorry, Dave.
But that's a lovely one with which to open the meeting. We do have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Dave. Well, good morning, shareholders. I'm very excited to be here. In fact, it's a privilege to have the responsibility of presiding over this magnificent, eminent, complete financial institution, NCBFG. So, who is NCBFG? NCBFG traces its roots back to 1837, 187 years old. Formerly the Colonial Bank of Great Britain. Today, NCBFG, with $2.2 trillion, is equivalent to the total of the top 8 next largest Jamaican companies in terms of assets. NCBFG is a SIFI, systemically important financial institution. Therefore, we must carry more capital than otherwise. And we're expected to safeguard the financial system of the country, region, a privilege and a responsibility that we take seriously. NCB is the only financial group in the Caribbean with a major banking institution and a major insurance institution under one umbrella, NCB and GHL, together with nearly 6,000 staff members in 22 countries. That's gravitas. An example of our importance in one country, Jamaica, would be the following. NCB banks approximately 50% of the adult population. We have the largest share of deposits from small, medium, and enterprises in the country. We have the largest branch network in the country, largest ABM network in the island, 300 ABMs. We do 2.6 million ABM transactions per month. Last quarter, we had 36% of other banking customers, not non-NCB customers, transacted on our ABM account. 36% of other banks' customers. We have 60% of all point of sales machines in the country. 5 million point of sales transactions per month. NCB was also the pioneer in introducing credit cards and currently holds a 61% market share of all credit cards issued. We have 2 million online transactions for individuals per month and over 1 million transactions for business customers per month to pay salaries, goods, and services. And last but not least, we have impacted over 500,000 lives through our NCB Foundation since 2002. So, in 2002, when I first invested in NCB, the goal was to make NCB the beacon of light that young, bright Jamaicans would aspire to make the people's bank. The most eminent financial institution, not in Jamaica, not in the region, but in the world. That was the aspiration. And doing it in a way whereby we did well by doing good. So those were the aspirations we had in 2002 when we AIC first became involved with NCB. So how did we do it, and what are we doing today? Well, today, as you know, since the 17th, there was a demarcation, the 17th of July, 2023. That's when I became more involved with the with the actual management of the company, the business. So how are we going to make sure that 2023 continues in terms of the trajectory that we have had since 2002? Firstly, we have aligned the staff to what we call EGC. Our North Star is efficiency improvements, governance, and customer experience. And we want to optimize all three variables. So each staff member carries a card, an EGC card, just to remind us what our North Star is and what EGC really means. So how are we going to make sure that we continue on the trajectory that was the aspiration that was laid out in 2002? We're going to build relationships, continue to build relationships and improve the relationships with our customers, shareholders, the press, the government, our regulators, vendors, staff, depositors, all our stakeholders. We're going to improve the relationship we have with them based on integrity, intelligence in how decisions are made, passion, and alignment. We're gonna make sure that we do everything possible to continue building the best reputation for this august institution. We're gonna make sure that we are cognizant that it's our differentiation that will make us more significant. It's how we differentiate ourselves. We're going to make sure that our customers' needs are truly satisfied. We're going to make sure that we create wealth. We do everything possible to create wealth for our customers, corporate and individuals. We're going to build a culture. We're going to continue building a culture based on ownership. The staff, we're going to make sure that our staff is well steeped in what ownership really is. Not just ownership of an asset, but ownership of their own behavior. Where an ownership we define as taking responsibility for outcomes. We're going to make sure that we continue to be accountable, and as I said, we're going to own consequences. So that will be the overarching, those will be the overarching criteria that we will make sure that we live by here at NCB. So, over the last 6 months now, it's nearly 7 months now, since I came back on July the 17th, you never heard to say to me, Mike, can you distill in 3 words the source of a lot of the issues that you have seen prevalent in the organization? Can you distill just in 3 words? And I said, yes, I would say, yes, I can. The 3 words are principal agent problem. Principal agent problem. The difference in behavior between an owner, a true owner, and an agent of the owner. And that is where we need to focus on as a business. So the focus, therefore, is to make the cultural North Star of the organization to be truly one of being owner-operated, and make sure every staff member know what being an owner is like. And it shouldn't be a difficult transition, because at home, we're all owners. So we take care of our home in every way. When we leave a room, we turn the light off. We make sure that our kids don't turn the stove off and burn the house down. Because if they do that, we are the owners, the parents will suffer the consequence for their behavior. So at home, everybody, every staff member is an owner. We want to make sure they realize that that attitude has to transition, to be taken to work. When you cross the threshold, continue being an owner, because that is how we all will fulfill ourselves in terms of professionally, economically, etc. So, in terms of the consciousness, being conscious. If I were to say to you, shareholders, tell me, how many red cars did you see on your way here? What would you say? My gosh, I really didn't take notice because you weren't really conscious, right? So, but now when you're on your way back home tonight, you're gonna see a lot of red cars. So if you're not conscious, you won't see any. So we have to elevate the principal agent problem to be an issue that will be central to the organization to solve. So what can shareholders expect from us? Well, they can expect a renewed commitment to treat shareholders as partners. You, the investing financial partner, and us, the operating partner. You can expect that as your partner, we will report to you honestly, transparently, and always act in the best interest of the partnership. We'll manage your business, our business, with the objective of the following outcomes: predictable and growing cash flow, a preference for cash earnings, operational excellence, customer service excellence, capital efficiency, a culture of accountability and ownership, as mentioned before, unrivaled governance, predictable and growing dividends, always conscious that we are building a better Caribbean. And we want to make sure that we are the best employer in the Caribbean. We're going to make sure of that. So what we'll do, just to keep in your mind front and center, so you can hold us, we are going to give you guidance. And we're going to give you guidance starting from now, which would include guidance in terms of profits. We're going to give you guidance in terms of dividends. We're going to give you guidance in terms of cost-to-income ratio, customer service excellence, and staff satisfaction. So that's what you should expect from us on a go-forward basis. At this time, I would like to call on Dr. Hopelin Hines to say prayers.
Good morning, everyone. Please join me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the privilege of approaching your throne of grace this morning. Thanks for one more day of life. We do not take it for granted, as we well understand, Lord, it could be otherwise. We exalt you, Lord, and bring our AGM before you today, asking for your blessing over the proceedings and divine direction. Please guide our discussions and decisions so that they may be honoring to you. Thank you for this remarkable institution that you have so faithfully blessed over these many years. Our roots date as far back as 1837. Who could it be but you, Lord? Today we can boldly declare, hitherto has the Lord helped us, and we are truly grateful. Thanks for every employee, customer, leader, executive, CEO, chairman, director of the board, and shareholder who has been associated with our great institution over these many years. Indeed, we are grateful for all that they have contributed or invested in our growth and success. We pray your blessing on each of them. We invite you now to have your way in this annual general meeting as we look to you in all things. All this we ask in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Chairman, members, and guests. Well, let me add my welcome to that of the chairman to our AGM. which is this year being held as a virtual meeting. Directors and some of our executives are participating by electronic means other than those that are present in the room with me and with the chairman at this time. Now, the procedures for the meeting will include the proposing and seconding of resolutions. Questions and discussion on the resolution will take place through the Q&A functionality only during the meeting. And we will also take questions submitted before. When it comes time for voting, this will be done using the instructions that will be provided when the resolution is put forward. About 30 seconds will be allotted for voting on each resolution, and the specific wording of each resolution is as read in the meeting, even if different wording is shown online. So that means that I'll need to read them properly and not make a mistake like last year. The chairman will be asked to declare whether the resolutions have carried. Ms. Jacqueline DeLissa, head of our group who oversees our group investor relations function and is Chief Financial Officer of National Commercial Bank Jamaica Limited, is present in the room, along with Mrs. Stephanie Nita, our Assistant Corporate Secretary and Group Corporate Services Manager. And for efficiency, they will, between them, propose and second the various resolutions that have been pre-prepared. Now, we are aware that there was an issue with the mailing list affecting what appeared on the envelopes our shareholders have received. Our registrar, Jamaica Centralized Security Depository Limited, has apologized to us and to shareholders for the error, and I reiterate our apologies as well. The error was with the list generated for the mailing and not the records held by JCSD themselves. It resulted in some names not appearing on shareholders some names appearing on shareholders' envelopes that did not belong there. Of course, information on who our shareholders are is not confidential, and no confidential information was disclosed by reason of the error. Notwithstanding, the error is, of course, regretted, and we and JCSD will work to take appropriate steps to ensure that it does not recur. Having said all that, let's perhaps test off our voting procedures with the first resolution. No, it's not a test. We're doing it for real. I ask that the notice of annual general meeting be taken as read and that someone therefore propose the following resolution. That the notice of this meeting as circulated be taken as read.
I propose. I second.
Thank you. With the motion duly proposed and seconded, it will be put to the vote and will hopefully appear on everyone's screens, member screens.
We know what you want. A little bit of fun. A little taste of adventure. You want joy. You want passion. Of course, security for you and your family. You want experiences that will last a lifetime and all your dreams turn to reality. To get exactly what you want, you need Clarion Plus. Our suite of tailored solutions and curated experiences gives you the freedom to shape Clarion the way you need, so you can build your life the way you want. Clarion Plus.
Today's woman is not just an entrepreneur, a mother, or the girlfriend that gets all the girls together. She's all that and much more. We call her a queen. She's driven to live life to the max, and nothing should slow her drive down. That's why Guardian General's Queen Guard Motor Insurance was created with this woman in mind. Delivering benefits like 24-hour roadside assistance, uninsured motorist protection, windscreen coverage, replacement of personal belongings, speedy claims settlement, and so much more at affordable premiums that won't break your pocket. For more information, contact your broker or call us at 876-935-6681 or toll free 888-468-3474.
We know what you want. A little bit of fun. A little taste of adventure. You want joy. You want passion. Of course, security for you and your family. You want experiences that will last a lifetime and all your dreams turn to reality. To get exactly what you want, you need Clarion Plus. Our suite of tailored solutions and curated experiences gives you the freedom to shape Clarion the way you need, so you can build your life the way you want. Clarion Plus.
The way you've built your career into a masterpiece, so you can have days that look like a work of art, will be the legacy that will live on as your crowning glory. Now let us help put the finishing touches on your brilliance with Clarion's vast experience, deep expertise, and digital tools, all focused to give you what you deserve, the finest things in life.
Closed, and the results tabulated indicate 70 in favor, none against. Chairman, you're asked to declare the result.
I declare the motion carried.
Thank you, sir. Now, a number of proxies have been received, and given the way in which this meeting is being held, the proxy register is available for inspection by interested persons who may contact the registrar if they wish to do so. Chairman, if we can move on now to the financial and business performance.
Please do.
So we will ask that the Group Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Malcolm Sadler, deliver his report.
Thank you. Chairman of the Board, Honorable Michael Leachin, Lead Independent Director, Professor the Honorable Alvin Wint, Interim Group CEO, Robert Almeida, Corporate Secretary, Dave Garcia, our PwC Audit Partner, Paul Williams, Directors, shareholders. Ladies and gentlemen, good day, and thank you for joining our 2023 Annual General Meeting. I'll provide an overview of the main highlights of our financial performance for the financial year ended September 30, 2023, and also for the first quarter of the current financial year. Allow me to start by expressing my appreciation to our very resilient team, our valued customers and clients, shareholders, and other stakeholders for the role you play in our financial ecosystem as NCB continues to empower people, unlock the dreams of individuals and businesses, and build communities where we operate. The 2023 fiscal year posed challenges that required adaptability, tenacity, and resilience. Areas of focus included cost efficiency, strengthening governance on our operating structure, and capital recalibration. The implementation of international financial reporting standard, we would have started preparing for it. That's IFRS 17, insurance contracts, which is a significant change impacting the financial reporting for the insurance business, as outlined in Note 58 in the audited financial statements, and also the impending implementation of Basel III regulations by Bank of Jamaica in relation to our Jamaican commercial bank. National Commercial Bank Jamaica Limited would have started the preparation with the expectation that it will be implemented sometime in the very near future. During the year, our major insurance subsidiary Guardian Holdings Limited adopted IFRS 17 effective January 1, 2023, as a standalone entity. However, the effective date for the NCB Financial Group Limited on a consolidated basis was October 1, 2023. Consequently, the group's consolidated results for financial year 2023 were prepared based on IFRS 4. I will share further details on the adoption of IFRS 17 later in the presentation. Significant attention was also devoted to preparing for the imminent implementation of Basel III by National Commercial Bank Jamaica Limited. This implementation will impact risk-weighted assets, capital levels, and capital buffers. Our focus remains on enhancing capital efficiency and optimizing returns as we navigate these changes. Our regulated entities continue to maintain adequate capital and liquidity levels, and we expect this to be the case going forward. Before reviewing the September 2023 financial performance, note that there was a restatement of the prior year net profit of approximately 4.8 billion in relation to our life and health insurance and pension fund management segment, and also the holding company. The details are included in note 59 in the audited financial statements. For the financial year 2023, the group reported consolidated net profit of 15.3 billion, a 19.8 billion or 56% reduction from the prior year. Net profit attributable to shareholders of the parent was 7.6 billion for the year, representing a 68% or 16.3 billion decline from the prior year, leading to a decline in some of our key metrics, namely return on assets, which fell to 0.71% from 1.76%, and return on equity, which fell to 4.80% from 15.53%. Operating revenues of 137.3 billion reduced by 6% or 8 billion from the prior year, primarily as a result of a decline in net revenues from our insurance segment. The net revenues from banking, investment activities, however, increased by 5% or 5.7 billion as a result of higher unrealized gains on equity investments, higher net interest income from improved margin on larger interest earning portfolio, greater transaction volumes, and value resulting in growth in net fee and commission income. Credit impairment losses increased by 2.6 billion to 5.3 billion, which was in line with our projections for the year based on the size and risk profile of our loan and investment portfolios. The prior year credit impairment losses were lower due to the release of provisions previously booked at the start of the pandemic in 2020. The economy has now normalized. The increase in operating expenses of 12 billion or 11% to 117.7 billion was mainly due to staff costs going up by 10.3 billion or 20%. This was due to restructuring activities within the group, which resulted in non-recurring separation costs. The group also experienced high provisions for operational losses or write-offs due to assessment of amounts deemed irrecoverable. The significant non-recurring costs, coupled with the reduction in operating income, resulted in the cost-to-income ratio increasing to 82.54% from 71.40% in the prior year. Despite the increased ratio, the restructuring will, over time, improve the bottom line and strengthen our financial position. The group has initiated the implementation of various cost optimization strategies aimed at lowering the cost structure and improve the cost-to-income ratio and other performance metrics. We will now shift focus to the performance of our business segments. Of our 7 business segments, our life, health, and pension segment remains the highest contributor to the group's operating profits, reporting operating profit of 21.5 billion, 11.2 billion decline compared to last year. The segment's result was adversely impacted by increased net claims and reserves. The segment also made investments in new systems, process changes and valuation modeling to facilitate the implementation of IFRS 17 prior to and during the 2023 financial year. General insurance had a strong performance in the year, recording operating profit of 11.6 billion, almost doubling the prior year's performance. This was driven by a combination of factors, including increased net insurance revenues due to the maintenance of policies coupled with new business, mainly from the Dutch Caribbean and the Bermuda operations. And also we had increases in other income and reduced operating expenses. Within the banking and investment, the treasury segment is the leading contributor, reporting an operating profit of 9.9 billion, 2.5 billion or 20% reduction compared to the prior year. The primary factor for this reduction is due to decreased net interest income, a direct consequence of rising market rates, leading to margin compression as repriced funding outpaced the growth in interest income. The wealth segment generated operating profit of 8.8 billion, 4% or 344 million decline compared to the prior year. There was a decrease in net interest income due to rising interest rates. The market conditions subdued market activity, which was also reflected in lower fees and commissions earned from investment banking and corporate finance activities. Notwithstanding the reduced activity, there were gains from investment activities with an increase of 721 million compared to the previous year. Corporate and commercial banking reported operating profits of 6.2 billion, 443 million or 7% lower than the prior year. The segment's operating revenues remained comparatively flat. Net interest income increased. However, this was offset by higher credit impairment losses. The segment also incurred increased operating expenses. The payment services segment, which includes our card acquiring, card issuing businesses, as well as the operations for our mobile wallet, Link, generated operating profits of 1.5 billion, a decline of 755 million relative to the prior year. There is steady growth in our card services business given increased card receivables, sales and transaction volumes. The segment incurred costs associated with development of the Link mobile wallet during the year. As a digital wallet, Link is enhancing its remittance services by partnering with key service providers. Also of note, effective October 1, 2023, National Commercial Bank Jamaica Limited entered into a partnership with TFOB 2021 Limited to manage the Link app to achieve greater synergy in providing payment solutions. The consumer and SME banking segment recorded an operating loss of 719 million. The prior included non-recurring gains from the execution of branch optimization strategy in Jamaica, which resulted in the sale of real estate. Expected credit losses also increased by 1.6 billion compared to the prior, which included the release of provision. Through the ongoing collaboration across the group, we anticipate reaping further benefits through the continuous development and use of new technology, as well as the implementation of numerous strategies and initiatives aimed at promoting growth, increase share of wallet, improve customer experience, and enhance efficiencies and effectiveness. We will now briefly discuss key components of the statement of financial position. Our asset base totaled 2.2 trillion, an increase of 144.6 billion or 7% over the prior year. The group continues to experience growth in our main earning portfolios, driven primarily by increases in loans and investment securities, which grew by 6% and 15% respectively. Customer deposits grew to 747.9 billion, up 5% or 32.6 billion over the prior year. Obligations under repurchase agreements grew to 279.8 billion, reflecting a 32.1 billion or 13% growth relative to the prior year. Policyholders' liabilities increased to 459.5 billion, up from 441.5 billion in the prior year. Stockholders' equity attributable to shareholders of NCBFG increased to 170 billion, growing by 16% or 23.9 billion over the prior year. This was primarily due to increased retained earnings reserves and reduced unrealized fair value losses. All our regulated entities exceeded the applicable capital and liquidity regulator requirements. That concludes the review of the 2023 results, and I will now briefly review the first quarter results for the current financial year. As mentioned earlier, the group adopted IFRS 17, effective October 1, 2023. This materially changes the recognition and measurement of insurance contracts, mainly in the life, health, and pension segment, and the corresponding presentation and disclosures in the group's financial statements. The group restated its financial statements for the prior year's comparative results and recognized the total impact on the initial application of IFRS 17 in the opening consolidated statement of financial position as of October 1, 2022. The group reported net profit of 5.97 billion for this quarter. The net profit attributable to shareholders was 3.1 billion, 1.7 billion or 123% higher than the prior year's result. Operating revenue for the quarter totaled 34.5 billion, reflecting 28% or 7.6 billion increase compared to the prior year. The improved performance in the December 2023 quarter was driven primarily by net revenues from insurance service activities. On the adoption of IFRS 17, the group life insurance segment utilized an option in the standard to redesignate certain financial assets to fair value through profit or loss, which resulted in an initial gain of approximately 3 billion. Operating expenses amounted to 26.2 billion, a 3.2 billion or 14% increase. The negative variance in the first quarter is primarily due to a prior one-off downward adjustment of 1.2 billion in depreciation and amortization in relation to certain categories of intangible assets and property, plant, and equipment. The current quarter also included the full year's asset tax charge of 2.5 billion, which increased by 202 million or 9% over the prior year. Staff-related expenses recorded an increase over the prior quarter as annual negotiated salaries offset the reductions related to the restructuring exercise at the end of the last financial year. Credit card loyalty expenses, insurance-related operating expenses, and operational losses were among the other items contributing to the overall increase in operating expenses. However, the cost-to-income ratio improved to 73.93% for the quarter compared to 82.01% in the prior year. With our continued focus on cost efficiency, we anticipate that the ratio will improve over time. The overall performance for the quarter resulted in a return on assets of 1.08%, up from 0.43%, and return on equity of 7.96%, up from 4.56%. A review of our segment performance shows 4 of our 7 business segments reporting improved results over the prior year. Life, health, and pension contributed 9.7 billion to the group's operating profit, an increase of 7.7 billion compared to the prior year. The improved performance was mainly due to the gain on adoption of IFRS 17, decline in net expenses from reinsurance contracts, and net fair value gains primarily from equities, partially offset by higher finance expenses from insurance contracts due to fair value movements and changes in assumptions. The Treasury and Correspondent Banking segment achieved operating profit of 2.8 billion, 58% or 1 billion above the prior year. This was mainly as a result of increased net interest income and gains from foreign exchange and investment activities. General Insurance achieved operating profit of 2.1 billion, a decline of 16% or 398 million from the prior year, mainly due to higher operating expenses. Corporate and Commercial Banking's operating results decreased by 150 million or 11%, mainly due to reduced interest income or net interest income and higher expected credit losses. The wealth segment reported operating profit of 315 million, a decline of 66%, or 616 billion. Well, should be 616 million, not billion, mainly due to mark-to-market losses and a reduction in net interest income. Consumer and SME banking reported an operating profit of 151 million, reflecting a 751.3 million improvement compared to the loss reported in the prior year. The segment's improvement was mainly due to a reduction in credit impairment losses, an improvement in net fee and commission income, with a combined impact of 706 million. The payment services segment recorded an increase in profit of 282 million due to a reduction in operating expenses, primarily related to certain card expenses and the maintenance costs of the Link mobile wallet. The group continues to be well capitalized and have met all regulatory capital requirements in all our regulated entities. Total assets rose to 2.2 trillion, an increase of 7% or 138.4 billion over the prior year. The growth was mainly due to increased investment securities, net loans and advances, which showed commendable growth over the prior year. Our deposit portfolio reflected a 6% increase to 756.6 billion as customers continue to display confidence in the group. Stockholders' equity attributable to the shareholders of NCBFG at the end of December 2023 stood at 159.7 billion, 20% or 27.1 billion over the prior year, primarily due to growth in retained earnings and lower unrealized fair value losses. During the quarter, NCBFG shares were issued and allotted to executives and former executives, resulting in a 4.9 billion increase in share capital to 158.7 billion. The group continues to demonstrate resilience underpinned by our strong fundamentals and optimistic outlook. Our team is dedicated to delivering value to our stakeholders across all our businesses. We're confident the strategies and investments undertaken will enhance our capabilities to grow revenue streams and optimize costs. I again express my gratitude to our outstanding team, whose dedication and resilience remain the cornerstone of our organization's success. I extend my gratitude to our customers and shareholders for your ongoing support and loyalty. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. I'll now ask our Group Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Robert Almeida, to address the meeting. Rob? Back in 2002, when I acquired National Commercial Bank Jamaica Limited, I had this big idea. NCB was going to be more than just a bank. It was going to be the people's bank, focused on building a better Jamaica. Fast forward to today, NCB Financial Group Limited stands tall and continues to be guided by our purpose to empower people, unlock dreams, and build communities. We are passionate about doing well by doing good, giving back to the communities we serve through various charitable endeavors such as those championed by our NCB Foundation. As the largest financial group in Jamaica, we are steadfast in our purpose of becoming a world-class financial ecosystem. Our foundation is solid, and we're firmly positioned to continue delivering value to our shareholders. We know the issues we have faced over the past year, but after every storm, the world is a little different, and so are we. We're energized with our focus on efficiency, governance, and enhancing customer experience. It has been our privilege to serve you, to grow with you, and to improve for you. Thank you for allowing us to be part of your journey
towards achieving your dreams. Here's to a successful 2024 and beyond.
Thank you. Thank you, Malcolm, for doing a thorough job, as always, of walking our investors through the financial performance of the group. Chairman, fellow directors, shareholders, team members, media representatives, allow me to welcome you all as I address you at my first annual general meeting as your interim group CEO. 2023 was a pivotal year for the NCB Financial Group as we navigated a unique economic and operating landscape. Anchored by our efficiency, governance, and customer experience, EGC framework, our purpose-driven approach supports stakeholder satisfaction and happiness, demonstrating a journey of resilience, adaptability, and success. During these times of complex demands and changes, we needed to do things differently. So far, we are pleased with the strides we have made as we set a course for greater efficiency and improved customer experience, all to satisfy our business strategies and stakeholders and to make everyone happy. Now, allow me to share some of the achievements we have made. First, we have reduced expenses, resulting in a continued strengthening of our financial performance. Second, we delayered our organization to bring us closer to our customers. Our renewed focus on enhancing the customer experience resonates throughout the entire organization and is already visible in the significant operational improvements as we emphasize leveraging the strength of a full-service financial institution. Third, capital efficiency continues to improve, and we are advancing in freeing up additional capital investment, and our latest transaction in the sale of NCB Cayman Limited supports this focus. Additionally, our shareholders have authorized us to issue additional shares through an APO, which speaks volumes about your confidence in our strategic path. Now let's turn our attention to our future financial blueprint. We are working towards building a sustainable and growing enterprise that optimally serves all our stakeholders. To achieve this, we have doubled down on replicating the formula for ensuring the adequacy of capital, continuity of dividends, and reasonable growth in all scenarios. Our progress is bolstered by our strengths. First, we keep our promises. We promised that we would issue dividend payments, and we did so with a 50-cent dividend paid out per ordinary stock unit. Second, NCB Financial Group has 2.2 trillion Jamaican dollars in assets. NCB Financial Group's robust asset value isn't just impressive, it's a testament to the financial strength, the economic influence, and the market confidence, being that it is the largest asset-owning enterprise within Jamaica. Third, our employment and workforce talents. We regard our people as the substance of our competitive advantage, and with their over 5,000 combined might, they are the sources of our innovation and our growth. Fourth, we have a compliant and robust regulatory framework where the group, including our subsidiaries, is not only subject to oversight from the financial system regulators such as the Bank of Jamaica, the Financial Services Commission, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and many other regulators across the region, but is also subject to an extensive multi-jurisdictional requirement, having shares listed on both stock exchanges in Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago. Fifth, environmental, social, and governance principles and practices that shape our sustainable business models across the group. We are mindful of the practices that form the cornerstone of our corporate ethos, particularly in how our teams embrace their roles in doing well and doing good across the communities we serve. I zone in on NCB Foundation, which has since 2003 donated $2.4 billion and touched over 500,000 lives. The extent of the scale and scope of our platform in the region is difficult to appreciate. It is both our challenge and our opportunity. To illustrate the point, allow me to focus on ATMs. We have about 300 ATMs, the largest in the fleet of 800 ATMs in Jamaica. And they process thousands and thousands, actually hundreds of thousands of transactions across the island. Most of the time, they work flawlessly. In fact, they work so well that we've created an expectation that they should always be available and flawless. And when that happens, no one says anything. However, when only 5% of our machines are not available, that is 15 machines. And that is more machines than many of our competitors have in total. And when those 15 machines don't work, our customers are frustrated, and rightly so. So we measure and monitor our ATM availability, and we believe that our availability per ATM is in line or better than the industry average. But because we have so many more ATMs than everyone else, the perception may be that we have more outages than others. I don't provide that perspective for the purpose of rationalizing our ATM outages. I actually highlight that challenge that we have because it comes from our scale, and to highlight the opportunity that comes from our scale. Most of our customers are experiencing great convenience and service from our broad array of solutions in banking and in insurance. Our quest is to be brilliant at the basics so that all of our customers making use of NCB, Guardian, and Clarion solutions many times every day in their busy lives will have a flawless experience. So that is our first priority, brilliant at the basics. And then we look for that recurring positive experience every single day to earn us the right to change the conversation with our customers to one that is of extreme importance to both them and us: wealth creation. Wealth creation is of extreme importance to the people of the region, and wealth management and wealth creation is open-ended. There is no limit to how much wealth can be created. And we have the experience, the track record, and the solutions to help create wealth. We have liquidity solutions, credit solutions, savings solutions, investment solutions, payment solutions, risk management, insurance solutions. Recently, there was an article about one Roxroy Kerr who received some advice from Michael Lee Chin about 20 years ago and used it very successfully to create wealth. In the process, he would have needed liquidity solutions. He would have needed payment solutions to pay suppliers, to collect from customers. He would have needed insurance solutions to insure his assets and protect against other risks. He would have needed savings solutions and investment solutions. When we can leverage our entire platform to help the Roxroy Kerrs of this region to create wealth, we succeed in our purpose, which is to do well by doing good. But to do that, we first have to be brilliant at the basics so that we earn the right to change the conversation one customer at a time. Our strategy is simple: to be brilliant at the basics, and in so doing, unleash the power of the scale of our platform to refocus the conversation on creating wealth for individuals, for businesses, for countries, for the region. To be clear, we have a lot to do. Our commitment is unwavering, focused on building trust and confidence through accountability and delivering on promises. This journey is more than just numbers. It's a testament to our dedication and the promise of a brighter future. Please remember, our success measures are simple. We're looking to achieve a cost-to-income ratio of about 60% or lower. We're looking to provide you consistent dividend payments. We're looking for a return on equity in the mid-teens. And we are looking to improve our customer experience metrics. As we look ahead, we remain optimistic about the opportunities that lie ahead for NCB Financial Group. With approximately 45,000 shareholders and $2.2 trillion in assets, we are well positioned to capitalize on emerging trends and drive sustainable growth in the years to come. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to our shareholders, customers, employees, and all of our partners for their continued support and dedication. Together, we will continue to build on our successes and create value for all stakeholders. Let us move forward with determination and enthusiasm, knowing that our best days are yet to come. And before I leave you, I wanted to leave you with a video that speaks to a little bit of that story that I just told you about Roxroy Kerr, and our real mission, which is first to be brilliant at the basics, so we can make everyday life, everyday commerce more productive, better for everyone, cheaper, more efficient, faster, and then earn the right to actually do what is a much more fulfilling mission, which is creating wealth for individuals, businesses, the countries, and the region. Thank you.
You have to stay away from gambling, rum drinking, only per woman. Those things will keep you poor.
In the early 2000s, 2002 exactly, I went to Half Moon.
I was before he checked in the hotel. We had a burst water pipe.
He's the one who fixed the plumbing issue. So then I started asking him about his own aspirations as a person, right? So we talked a little bit about his future.
What struck me the most about him, he was so humble, you know, easy to talk to, and had so much. We talked for about an hour about various things: money, wealth, life, health.
Most of us don't really think about creating wealth, but all of us should think about creating wealth, because it is available to all of us once we understand the principles behind creating wealth.
I was born at Barrytown. I'm an only child, only grandchild, only great-grandchild. I've been lucky from birth. I was breech.
So you never born with a golden spoon
No,
in your
no, no,
mouth?
no, no, no,
Eh?
no. My grandmother, she used to do igloring in the market, and Saturdays I would take out, because we had a lot of fruits on the property.
Yes.
So I'd take out her Neesberry and her Aki to meet the bus. I wanted to get rich. So I from earlier on, I was wondering how rich people get rich. They either provide goods or service. So I asked him, how?
To create wealth, you have to start by emulating, identifying a role model. And we spoke about who my role model was at the time and still is, Mr. Warren Buffett. So I basically introduced Roxroy to Mr. Buffett, Mr. Warren Buffett, and the principles that Mr. Buffett has employed to create his own wealth, and what has inspired me to become his acolyte. And therefore I was inspiring Roxroy to identify a role model, the best investor in the world, and to follow his ways.
After meeting Mr. Leachin, that inspired me to branch out and to have something on the side. Because being a mentor, I follow his example. One of the investment that he encouraged me to take on was to invest in AIC. And surprisingly enough, in 2008, when the financial meltdown, I didn't pull out the money. It stick, and it way past that now.
None of us is an island unto him or herself. All of us, we're standing on someone else's shoulders, right? Or forebears, or maybe people who are around us. None of us became the success or the person that we are because of only what we did. So therefore, once we recognize that, it should be an imperative that if we're standing on someone else's shoulders, we have to allow other people to stand on our shoulders. I know you're a caring person. You care, right? That's what I saw in you.
The school year starts in September. I usually buy books and pencils and so forth and give out. And at Christmas time, I usually go into the shut-in and give them food items. But since the COVID, I've done the books, but I still visit the shut-ins, and I try not to give them too much food items because some are diabetic and so on. So I prefer give them money. Sometimes when you give back to some people, especially, and they keep on telling you thanks, when you walk through the gate, you can't see because water full your eye. You know, it's really a good feeling.
What would you say to young people today?
Work hard. Save at least 15% of your money. Don't expect anything overnight, because easy come, easy go. And as soon as You save your money and it reaches a certain amount, invest it and you'll get a bigger return. I want for my 5 kids, I want everybody to get a university education. For my 5 kids, everybody to get a university education. I want to leave everybody with at least 2 rental properties. But they have to be independent, make something of their life on their own, because before I hand over anything to them. Since I met Mr. Lichin, my life has changed for the better. I am so grateful to him for his advice, for inspiring me to be what I am today. I thank him so much. Anytime you come to Montego Bay, somebody is always saying to me, Mr. Lichin, no call you. Your boss there, you know. So that kind of make me feel, good to know that somebody of his status and stature have me in his mind. I have no regret meeting Mr. Lichin, and I wouldn't change NCB for any other bank.
Wow, wow, wow. Every time I think of Roxroy, the experience that Roxroy has had dovetails neatly with our purpose, which is doing well by doing good. At NCB, our purpose is to make 3 million Roxroys in Jamaica and many more Roxroys and Roxroyanas throughout the Caribbean. That's our purpose. And we'll envelope our customers, individuals, and corporate with one singular goal: provide goods and services and to be their trusted advisors in making sure that they too can optimize their aspiration to create wealth. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll now ask our secretary, Mr. Dave Garcia, to proceed with the formal business of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Before we get into the formal business, which is going to, of course, as usual, include the passing of various resolutions, Mr. Sadler does have a quick correction to highlight.
Thanks, Dave. So in the presentation for the Q1 for the current year, the slide with the heading Summary Results, Q1 FY 2024, we indicated, based on the note at the bottom of the table, that the net profit is attributable to shareholders of the parent. The figures would have been based on the slide. December 2022, 2.2 billion. December 2023, 5.97 billion. That's actually the total profits for the quarter. The attributable to shareholder should be 3.1 billion for the current quarter and 1.4 billion for the prior quarter. Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Malcolm. And we'll have the corrected version included in the minutes when those are prepared after the meeting. Now we come to that famed moment when we hear from our auditors. The audited accounts having been circulated, we now call on Mr. Paul Williams of PricewaterhouseCoopers to read the auditor's report.
Thanks, Dave. Morning, all. Independent auditor's report to the members of NCB Financial Group Limited. The report on the audit of the consolidated and standalone financial statements. Our opinion. In our opinion, the consolidated financial statement and standalone financial statement give a true and fair view of the consolidated financial position of NCB Financial Group Limited, the company, and its subsidiaries, together the group, and the standalone financial position of the company as of September 30th, 2023. and of their consolidated and standalone financial performance and their consolidated and standalone cash flow for the year then ended in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standards, IFRS, and with the requirement of the Jamaican Companies Act. What we have audited. The group consolidated and standalone financial statement comprise the consolidated statement of financial position as of September 30th, 2023, the consolidated income statement for the year then ended, the consolidated statement of comprehensive income for the year then ended, the consolidated statement of changes in equity for the year then ended, the consolidated statement of cash flows for the year then ended, the company statement of financial position as of September 30th, 2023, the company statement of comprehensive income for the year then ended, the company statement of changes in equity for the year then ended, the company statement of cash flows for the year then ended, and the notes to the financial statement, which include significant accounting policies and other explanatory information. Basis for opinion. We conducted our audit in accordance with International Standard on Auditing, ISAs. Our responsibilities under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibility for the audit of the consolidated and standalone financial statement section of our report. We believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. Independence. We are independent of the group in accordance with International Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants, including International Independence Standard, issued by the International Ethics Standard Board for Accountants, the IESBA Code. We have fulfilled our other ethical responsibilities in accordance with the IESBA Code. Our audit approach. Audit scope. As part of designing our audit, we determine materiality and assess the risk of material misstatement in a consolidated and standalone financial statement. In particular, we consider where management made subjective judgments, for example, in respect of significant accounting estimates that involve making assumptions and considering future events that are inherently uncertain. As in all of our audit, we also address the risks of management override of internal controls, including, among other matters, consideration of whether there was evidence of bias that represented a risk of material misstatement due to fraud. How we have tailored our audit scope. We tailor the scope of our audit in order to perform sufficient work to enable us to provide an opinion on the consolidated financial statement as a whole, taking into account the structure of the group, the accounting processes and controls, and the industry in which the group operates. We determine the scope of our audit by first considering the internal organization of the group, then identifying the components of the audit that have the most significant impact on the consolidated financial statement. The group comprises 53 reporting components, of which we selected 25, which mainly represent the principal business unit within the group and are located in Jamaica, Bermuda, Trinidad and Tobago, and the Dutch Antilles. Full scope audits were performed for 15 components, while audit of one or more financial statement line items were performed for 10 components. The audit work performed covered 94% of the group total assets and 98% of total revenue. For in-scope business unit located in the Dutch Antilles, we use component auditors from a non-PwC firm who are familiar with the local laws and regulation to perform the audit. Key audit matters. Key audit matters are those matters that, in our professional judgment, were of most significance in our audit of the consolidated and standalone financial statement of the current period. These matters were addressed in the context of our audit of the consolidated and standalone financial statement as a whole, and informing our opinion thereon, and we do not provide a separate opinion on these matters. We have determined that there are no key audit matters as it pertains to the standalone financial statement in our report. The first key audit matter, IFRS 9, financial instruments, probabilities of default, forward-looking information, and significant increase in credit risk at the group level. See notes 2I, 21 and 22 to the financial statement for a disclosure of the related accounting policies, judgment, estimates, and balances. As of September 30, 2023, the group loans and advances total $629 billion. The group investment security measured at amortized costs and fair value through other comprehensive income total $864 billion. The resultant impairment record under the expected credit loss impairments model amounted to $16 billion for the loans and advances and $705 million for debt securities. In aggregate, the above exposure represents 67% of the total assets as at the reporting date. In assessing the impairment, IFRS 9 prescribed a forward-looking ECL impairment model, which takes into account reasonable and supportable forward-looking information, as well as the probability of default, the PDs. PDs represent the likelihood of a borrower defaulting on its obligation over the next 12 months, or over the remaining life of the obligation. The 12 months and lifeline PDs are determined differently for loans and investments. For investment securities, which include debt securities, comprising sovereign and corporate securities, PDs are developed by reference to external data, collated by Standard & Poor's, with adjustment for industry and country-specific risks, where appropriate. For loans and advances, management develop PDs based on the group-specific historical default rate for each industry classification. In preparing historical analysis, management identify economic variables impacting credit risk and ECL for each portfolio. The estimation and application of forward-looking information requires significant judgment. Stage 1 and Stage 2 credit loss allowances are modeled based on macro variables or changes in macro variables, which most closely correlated with credit losses in relevant portfolios. Each macroeconomic scenario used in the ECL calculation incorporates forecasts of the relevant macroeconomic variables. In the event of a significant increase in credit risk, an allowance or provision is required for ECL, resulting from all possible default events over the expected life of the financial instrument. That's the lifetime ECL. The consideration for delay, past due, as well as adverse changes in borrower credit rating, industries, or economic environment are factors considered in determining whether there is a significant increase in credit risk. The estimation of ECL in Stage 1 and Stage 2 is a discounted probability weighting estimate that consider a minimum of 3 future macroeconomic scenarios. The base case scenario is driven from macroeconomic forecasts, which are publicly available. Upside and downside scenarios are also relative to the base case scenarios, adjusted for reasonableness possibility alternative macroeconomic conditions. We focus on this area due to the complexity of the techniques used in determining the PDs and the number of significant judgments made by management regarding significant increase in credit risk and possible future economic scenario as it pertains to debt securities and loan and advances. How our audit process address these key audit matters. Our approach to addressing this matter with the assistance of our valuation specialist, involve the following procedures, among others. We update our understanding of management ECL model, including any changes in source data and assumptions. We also tested the completeness of all loans and advances and debt security to determine whether all items included in the ECL models by agreeing the models to detail loans and security listing. We also evaluated the reasonableness of management judgment pertaining to the PDs, significant increase in credit risk, and forward-looking information including macroeconomic factors impacting the weighting of the scenarios as follows. For debt securities with respect to the PD, we tested critical data fields used in the ECL model, such as the maturity date, amortized costs, accrued interest, credit rating, and interest rate by tracing data back to the relevant source document. We also agree the credit rating and historical default rate used to calculate the PDs on a sample basis to external sources such as external rating agencies. For significant increase in credit risk for debt securities, we tested on a sample basis the accuracy of the initial credit risk and the credit risk at the reporting date using reporting agency, definitions of investment grade, and evaluated the appropriateness of the group classification of debt securities at stage 2. We also perform an independent qualitative assessment for a sample of borrowers to determine if there was any adverse public information affecting the criteria used in performing the staging. For loan and advances, for the PDs, we tested critical data used in the ECL model for the PDs, determinations such as the default rate, the effective interest rate, write-off data, the loan type by tracing back to source document. We also reperformed the calculation of days past due, a key data input into the PD's parameters in the group banking system on a sample basis. For significant increase in credit risk, we also evaluated on a sample basis the staging of loans and advances and compare our results to those identified and classified by management. Forward-looking information for debt securities and loan and advances. We assess the reasonableness of the group methodology for determining economic scenarios, considering industries and component-specific facts and circumstances within each of the jurisdictions in which the group operates. We also evaluated the reasonableness of the increase in the weighting used for worst-case scenarios by agreeing the forward-looking economic information to external sources published or pronounced by reputable third parties. We also sensitized the probability weighting used in the ECL model. The results of our procedures indicated that the assumptions used by management for determining the probability of default, significant increase in credit risk, and forward-looking information were not unreasonable. The second key audit matter, methodologies and assumptions used for determining insurance contract liabilities for life and health insurance and annuity contract for the group. See note 2 and 39 to the financial statement for disclosure of related accounting policies, judgment, estimates, and balances. As of September 30, 2023, reserve for life and health insurance and annuity contract accounted for 400 billion, or 20% of the total liabilities of the group. Economic assumptions such as investment return, associated discount rate and borrowing rates, policy expense, and assumptions such as mortality and the persistency are key input assumptions used to estimate these long-term liabilities. Management used external and internal actuarial experts to assist in determining these assumptions and in valuing these actuarial liabilities. We focus on this area because the valuation of the provision for the settlement of future claims involve complex and subjective judgment about future events, both internal and external, to the business, for which small changes in assumptions may significantly impact the valuation of these liabilities. Our audit procedures involved to address these key risks. Our approach to addressing this matter with the assistance of our own internal actuarial expert involved the following procedures, among others. We tested the completeness, accuracy, and reliability of the underlying data utilized by management to support the actual valuation. We also tested a sample of contracts to assess whether contract features and demographic data correspond to the data file used by management actuarial expert. We also evaluated the methodologies and assumptions utilized by management actuarial expert, considering industry and component-specific facts and circumstances. We tested key inputs and assumptions, including investment return, associated discount rate and borrowing rates, policy expense on mortality and persistency by reference to the entity, experience, and relevant public information. The results of our procedures indicate that the assumption used by management for determining insurance contract liabilities for life and health insurance and annuity contract were not unreasonable, and that the methodologies used were actually established and accepted and appropriate in the circumstances. The third key audit matter, goodwill impairment. See note 2O and I and note 28 to the financial statement for disclosures of related accounting policies, judgment and estimates and balances. The total current value of goodwill is $20 billion, or 1% of the total asset as of September 30, 2023. In accordance with IAS 36, impairment of asset, management perform an annual goodwill assessment to determine whether the carrying value exceeds the recoverable amount of the cash generating unit to which the goodwill is allocated and is therefore impaired at the reporting date. Goodwill relating to the recoverable amount of a cash generating unit is calculated as the higher of the value in use and the fair value less cost of disposal. Management determines the recoverable amount by reference to the value in use, which is based on discounted cash flow projection, over which management makes significant judgment and key assumptions. As a result of the assessment, management determined there was no impairment as of September 30, 2023. We focus on this area as the goodwill impairment assessment requires significant management judgment and estimation, is sensitive to changes to key assumptions, and due to the potential impact of the increased volatility of prices in various markets on those assumptions. The key assumptions were addressed by management as being the revenue growth rate, the reinsurance rate, the claims ratio, the expenses ratio, the policy acquisition expenses ratio, and the discount rate. Our approach to addressing the matter with the assistance of our internal valuation expert involved the following procedures, among others. We update our understanding of management approach to perform their annual impairment assessments. This included updating our understanding of the process by which management key assumptions and methodologies were developed and assessing their appropriateness. We also compare previous forecasts to actual results in order to assess the performance of the business unit and the extent to which the reliance could be placed on management ability to forecast. We also assess whether the 4-year forecast used in the valuation model was consistent with the board-approved business plan, and that the key assumptions were subject to oversight from the board of directors. We evaluated the revenue growth rate and the discount rate against valuation of similar companies as well. We compared key assumptions, revenue growth rate, reinsurance rate, claims ratio, expense ratio, policy acquisition expense ratio, and discount rate to externally derived data where available. We also agreed the claims, acquisition expense ratio, and the reinsurance rate to audited financial information and assess for reasonableness in light of the current economic climate and market outlook. We tested the calculations for mathematical accuracy, and we assessed the sensitivity of the calculation by varying key assumptions and adjustment within management cash flow forecasts. The results of our procedure indicated management determination that goodwill was not impaired at the reporting date was not unreasonable. The fourth and final key audit matter, valuation of corporate debt and Government of Jamaica securities classified as fair value through profit or loss, fair value through other comprehensive income, and pledge asset at the group level. See Note 3A, 23, and 50 to the financial statement for disclosures of related accounting policies, judgment, and estimates and balances. As of September 30, 2023, unquoted corporate debt and government securities classified as investment securities at fair value through profit or loss, fair value through other comprehensive income, and pledge asset together accounted for $14 billion, or 1% of the total assets of the group. These securities were classified and disclosed as level 3 within the fair value hierarchy, as one or more of the significant inputs is not based on observable market data. For unquoted corporate debt and government security, management used a valuation technique which utilized the application of market yield curves adjusted by a risk premium to discount the contractual cash flow to the instrument. We focus on this area as the yield curve is unobservable input requiring management judgment and estimation, which is subject to high estimation of uncertainty. Our approach in addressing the matter with the assistance of our internal valuation expert involved the following procedure, among others. We update our understanding of management approach to performing fair value assessment. This includes updating our understanding of the process by which management key assumptions and methodologies were developed and assessing their appropriateness. We also tested the source data input used in the valuation model by performing confirmation procedures on a sample basis and agreed the issue date, the maturity date, the coupon rate, and the risk premium at issuance to source documentation. We also developed independent territory-specific yield curve using industry data and experience and compared to management yield curve. We also tested on a sample basis the contractual cash flow of the underlying securities by comparing to source documentation and evaluated the impact of any variation. The results of our procedures indicate that the assumption used by management for determining the fair value of unquoted corporate debt and government securities and pledge assets were not unreasonable. Other information. Management is responsible for other information. Other information comprise the annual report, but does not include the consolidated and standalone financial statement and our audit report thereon, which is expected to be made available to us after the date of this audit report. Our opinion on the consolidated and standalone financial statement does not cover other information, and we will not express any form of assurance conclusion thereon. In connection with our audit of the consolidated and standalone financial statement, our responsibility is to read the other information, identify above whether it becomes available, and in so doing, consider whether the other information is materially inconsistent with the consolidated and standalone statement and our knowledge obtained in the audit, or otherwise appear to be materially misstated. We have read the annual report. If we conclude that there is a material misstatement therein, we're required to communicate the matter to those charged with governance. Responsibilities of management and those charged with governance for the consolidated and standalone financial statement. Management is responsible for the preparation of the consolidated and standalone financial statement that give a true and fair view in accordance with IFRS and with the requirement of the Jamaican Companies Act, and for such internal controls as management determine is necessary to enable the preparation of the consolidated and standalone financial statement that are free from material misstatement, whether due to error or fraud. In preparing the consolidated and standalone financial statement, management is responsible for assessing the group and company's ability to continue as a going concern, disclosing, as applicable, matters relating to going concern and using the going concern basis of accounting unless management either intend to liquidate the group or the company or to cease operation or have no realistic alternative but to do so. Those charged with governance are responsible for overseeing the group and the company financial reporting process. Auditor's responsibility for the audit of the consolidated and standalone financial statement. Our objectives are to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the consolidated and standalone financial statement as a whole are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and to issue an audit report that includes our opinion. Reasonable assurance is a high level of assurance, but is not a guarantee that an audit conducted in accordance with ISA will always detect a material misstatement when it exists. Misstatement can arise from fraud or error and are considered material if individually or in aggregate they could reasonably expect to influence the economic decision of a user taken on the basis of these consolidated or standalone financial statements. As part of an audit in accordance with ISA, we exercise professional judgment and maintain professional skepticism throughout the audit. We also identify and assess the risk of material misstatement of the consolidated and standalone financial statement, whether due to fraud or error, design and perform audit procedures responsive to those risks, and obtain audit evidence that is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. The risk of not detecting a material misstatement resulting from fraud is higher than one resulting from error, as fraud may involve collusion, forgery, intentional omission, misrepresentation, or the override of internal controls. We also obtain an understanding of the internal control relevant to the audit in order to design audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the group and the company internal controls. We also evaluate the appropriateness of accounting policies used and the reasonableness of accounting estimates and related disclosure made by management. Conclude on the appropriateness of management use of the going concern basis of accounting, and based on the audit evidence obtained, whether material uncertainty exists related to events or conditions that may cast significant doubt on the group or the company's ability to continue as a going concern. If we conclude that a material uncertainty exists, we are required to draw attention in our audit report to the related disclosure in the consolidated and standalone financial statement, or if such disclosure are inadequate, to modify our audit opinion. Our conclusions are based on the audit evidence obtained to date of our audit report. However, future events or conditions may cause the group or company to cease continuing as a going concern. We evaluate the overall presentation, structure, and content of the consolidated and standalone financial statement, including the disclosure and whether the consolidated and standalone financial statement represent the underlying transaction and event in a manner that achieves fair presentation. Obtain appropriate audit evidence regarding the financial information of the entities or business activities within the group to express an opinion on the consolidated financial statement. We are responsible for the direction, supervision, and performance of the group audit. We remain solely responsible for our audit opinion. We communicate with those charged with governance regarding, among other matters, the planned scope, timing of the audit, and significant audit findings, including any significant deficiencies in internal control that we identify during our audit. We also provide those charged with governance with a statement that we have complied with the relevant ethical requirement regarding independence and to communicate with them all relationship and other matters that may reasonably be thought to be bear on our independence. And where applicable, actions taken to eliminate threats or safeguard apply. From the matters communicated with those charged with governance, we determined those matters that were of most significance in the audit of the consolidated and standalone financial statement of the current period, and therefore the key audit matters. We describe these matters in our audit report unless laws or regulation precludes public disclosure about the matter, or when when in extremely rare circumstances, we determine that a matter should not be communicated in our report because adverse consequences of doing so would reasonably be expected to outweigh the public interest benefit of such communication. Report on other legal and regulatory requirements. As required by the Jamaican Companies Act, we have obtained all information and explanation which, to the best of our knowledge and belief, were necessary for the purpose of our audit. In our opinion, proper accounting records have been kept so far as appear from our examination of those records, and the accompanying consolidated and standalone financial statement are in agreement therewith, and give the information required by the Jamaican Companies Act in a manner so required. The engagement partner on the audit resulted in this independent audit report is Paul Williams, signed PricewaterhouseCoopers Chartered Accountant on the 6th of December, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. The director's report sets out the highlights of the operating results, and I now put forward the resolution as set out in the notice of meeting, which reads as follows: that the audited financial statements for the year ended September 30, 2023, and the reports of the directors and auditors circulated with the notice convening the meeting be and are hereby adopted. Would a member please propose the motion?
I propose.
Would a member please second?
I second the motion.
So as earlier indicated, meeting participants were invited to submit questions prior to the meeting to a designated mailbox, and during the meeting via the Q&A, question and answer functionality in the application. We will now take any questions on the accounts which were not covered earlier in the addresses. And I'm just going to take a quick look to see if there are any new questions coming in since earlier. No, there aren't. So there are a few questions actually on the future of the organization from a financial standpoint, but we do not actually have any questions that have been submitted in respect of the audited financial statements and the director's report. And the motion would therefore now be put to the vote. We will ask that persons vote as indicated by the instructions that will come on screen.
The way you've built your career into a masterpiece, so you can have days that look like a work of art, will be the legacy that will live on as your crowning glory. Now let us help put the finishing touches on your brilliance with Clarion's vast experience, deep expertise, and digital tools, all focused to give you what you deserve, the finest things in life.
Oh lad, how wrong with you?
List too long, my boss. The amount of bill I have to pay. Them go for collect some money a while ago. Me can't break down for me. The service all done and me never have no credit. You look like me even lost my wallet.
What you have to fear though?
When my life will go better?
This you need, man.
Link? Why?
So you can live your best life.
What you mean?
Me and you talk about buy credit, pay bills, and collect money. All of that can do on the Link app.
Oh?
Yeah.
And that me want hear.
I tell you, man, can live your best life with Link. But seriously, You be fear though?
Just cool, man. We will link you.
Alright then.
Are you prepared to make the most of your golden years? With the NCB Pensions Portal, you can safeguard your future with ease. Access safe retirement planning opportunities anytime, anywhere. Enroll in a pension plan, manage your investments, adjust your contributions, enjoy a world of convenience as you step into the future you desire. Log on to a better tomorrow. Visit smart.ncbinsurance.com to start planning now. Are you prepared to make the most of your golden years? With the NCB Pensions Portal, you can safeguard your future with ease. Access safe retirement planning opportunities anytime, anywhere. Enroll in a pension plan, manage your investments, adjust your contributions, enjoy a world of convenience as you step into the future you desire. Log on to a better tomorrow. Visit smart.ncbinsurance.com to start planning now.
Investing just got easier. Introducing the NCB Capital Markets mobile app. We've expanded our digital investment solutions just for you. Build wealth anywhere, anytime. Buy and sell equities, manage your investment portfolio, view stock trends and daily market performance. Download today. Register using your existing NCB online banking login credentials. To open an account or get more info, contact our Wealth Hub today.
In a world where scams lurk around every corner, NCB is working tirelessly to protect you. Beware of red flags such as scare tactics, too good to be true offers, and fake transaction alerts. Remember, NCB will never send links or buttons through texts, WhatsApp, or emails, and NCB will never contact you to ask for your PIN, password, RSA token, or card number. Don't fall for fraud. Visit jncb.com/protect yourself.
Are you prepared to make the most of your golden years? With the NCB Pensions Portal, you can safeguard your future with ease. Access safe retirement planning opportunities anytime, anywhere. Enroll in a pension plan, manage your investments, adjust your contributions, enjoy a world of convenience as you step into the future you desire. Log on to a better tomorrow. Visit smart.ncbinsurance.com to start planning now.
Voting has closed and the votes tabulated, indicating 102 persons voting in favor of the resolution and 2 members voting against. Chairman, you would therefore be asked to declare the result.
I declare the motion carried.
Thank you, sir. Now we move on to the election of directors, and we have several resolutions which will be taken individually as required in that regard. Article 94 of the company's Articles of Incorporation provides that 1/3 of the board, other than the managing director, that is our group chief executive officer, and deputy managing director, none at the present, or if the number of members of the board is not 3 or a multiple of 3, then the number nearest to 1/3 shall retire from office at each annual general meeting. The directors retiring under this article are Professor the Honorable Alvin Wint and Mrs. Sandra Glasgow. Mrs. Sandra Glasgow, being eligible, offers herself for re-election. The proposed resolution is therefore as follows: that Director Mrs. Sandra Alicia Carol Glasgow, retiring pursuant to Article 94 of the Articles of Incorporation, be and is hereby re-elected. Would a member please propose the motion?
I propose.
Would a member please second the motion?
I second the motion.
And we will now have the motion put to the vote. So please follow the instructions on screen to vote now.
The first sound they make is to simply let the world know they're here. And then it's our duty to help them show the world why they're here in the first place.
Give them every advantage with the Guardian Achiever, a plan that provides for their educational dreams and protects their health and life in the process. For more information, call 888-4LIFE to speak to an advisor or visit myguardiangroup.com.
Investing just got easier. Introducing the NCB Capital Markets mobile app. We've expanded our digital investment solutions just for you. Build wealth anywhere, anytime. Buy and sell equities, manage your investment portfolio, view stock trends and daily market performance. Download today. Register using your existing NCB online banking login credentials. To open an account or get more info, contact our Wealth Hub today.
Today's woman is not just an entrepreneur, a mother, or the girlfriend that gets all the girls together. She's all that and much more. We call her a queen. She's driven to live life to the max, and nothing should slow her drive down. That's why Guardian General's Queen Guard Motor Insurance was created with this woman in mind. Delivering benefits like 24-hour roadside assistance, uninsured motorist protection, windscreen coverage, replacement of personal belongings, speedy claims settlement, and so much more at affordable premiums that won't break your pocket. For more information, contact your broker or call us at 876-935-6681 or toll free 888-468-3474.
Chairman, we have the results of the election, which indicate 43 voting in favor and, 83 voting in favor and 6 against.
I declare the motion carried.
Thank you, sir. Our next resolution. On the recommendation of the board, members are being invited to elect additional directors, in respect of whom the first proposed resolution is as follows: that Mr. Bruce Bowen be and is hereby elected a director. May we have a member propose the motion?
I propose the motion.
May we have another member second the motion?
I second the motion.
Now, Mr. Bowen, members would know, has been for a few months a director of National Commercial Bank Jamaica Limited and is its chief executive officer. I think he has been duly introduced in releases in the past, and I see no queries related to this motion. So we will now move forward to the vote, and I ask that persons vote using the button as indicated on the screen at this time.
In 2019, we gave you Go IPO, the region's first digital IPO application platform, revolutionizing the local equities market. With over $7 billion in capital raised via this platform, the innovation continues. Now we introduce the Go IPO Bond Portal, giving you a fully digital bond offer experience from application to confirmation. So there is no need to go in branch and no extra fees, because seamless access to wealth starts with NCB Capital Markets Limited. Visit goipo.jncb.com. Click offers, then bonds.
Opening an investment account on GoIPO is easier than before. Using your NCB online credentials, simply log on to goipo.jncb.com to provide the required information. Our digital biometric identity verification system will confirm your ID instantly, so your account will be opened in minutes. Plus, now you can open your investment account with up to 3 joint account holders. So build your wealth and experience life with NCB Capital Markets.
Voting has closed, and the results, as shown on screen, are 89 in favor, 5 against. Chairman?
I declare the motion carried.
Thank you. The next resolution is as follows: that Mr. Gary Brown be and is hereby elected a director. Would a member please propose that motion?
I propose.
And would a member please second that motion?
I second.
Thank you. And that motion is also put forward on the recommendation of the directors of NCB Financial Group Limited. Now, Mr. Brown is a retired banker who has worked at several institutions in the hemisphere, including approximately 18 years at the senior level in CIBC First Caribbean International Bank, from which he retired as Chief Executive Officer of their Barbados Bank in 2018. He has served on various other boards, and currently he primarily spends his time on family and ministry activities. And I am just checking to see if we have any queries on that resolution. We submitted on the platform. No, we do not. And so in those circumstances, I would ask that we vote on that resolution now.
Are you prepared to make the most of your golden years? With the NCB Pensions Portal, you can safeguard your future with ease. Access safe retirement planning opportunities anytime, anywhere. Enroll in a pension plan, manage your investments, adjust your contributions, enjoy a world of convenience as you step into the future you desire. Log on to a better tomorrow. Visit smart.ncbinsurance.com to start planning now.
In a world where scams lurk around every corner, NCB is working tirelessly to protect you. Beware of red flags such as scare tactics, too good to be true offers, and fake transaction alerts. Remember, NCB will never send links or buttons through texts, WhatsApp, or emails, and NCB will never contact you to ask for your PIN, password, RSA token, or card number. Don't fall for fraud. Visit jncb.com/protect yourself.
The way you've built your career into a masterpiece, so you can have days that look like a work of art, will be the legacy that will live on as your crowning glory. Now let us help put the finishing touches on your brilliance with Clarion's vast experience, deep expertise, and digital tools, all focused to give you what you deserve: the finest things in life.
The votes on screen indicate 84 in favor, 7 against. Chairman, could you declare?
I declare the motion carried.
The next items on the agenda are resolutions regarding the remuneration of the directors of the company. The first of those is as follows: that the directors be and are hereby empowered to fix the remuneration of the executive directors. Would a member please propose that resolution?
I so propose.
And would a member please second?
I second.
I would now ask that we vote on that resolution at this time.
Opening an investment account on GoIPO is easier than before. Using your NCB online credentials, simply log on to goipo.jncb.com to provide the required information. Our digital biometric identity verification system will confirm your ID instantly, so your account will be opened in minutes. Plus, now you can open your investment account with up to 3 joint account holders. So build your wealth and experience life with NCB Capital Markets.
For a better way to get money from abroad 24/7, use Link. It is safer, easier, no bank account needed. Ask family and friends from abroad to send money through MoneyGram and send you the reference number. Then log into the Link app and go to the remittance option, complete the form, enter your MoneyGram reference number, and just like that, within minutes, you get money in a blink with Link straight to your phone with the best rates to make your money stretch. Cause every dollar counts. Get money from any MoneyGram abroad anytime of the year, wherever you are. Download the Link app today. Life is better with Link. Conditions apply.
We know what you want. A little bit of fun, a little taste of adventure. You want joy. You want passion. Of course, security for you and your family. You want experiences that will last a lifetime and all your dreams turn to reality. To get exactly what you want, you need Clarion Plus. Our suite of tailored solutions and curated experiences gives you the freedom to shape Clarion the way you need, so you can build your life the way you want. Clarion Plus.
The results as shown on screen are 85 in favor and 6 against. Chairman, could you declare the result?
I declare the motion carried.
Thank you, sir. The second resolution regarding the remuneration of directors is as follows: that the total remuneration of all of the directors combined, other than the executive directors, for the financial year of the company ending September 30, 2024, be and is hereby fixed at $72 million, which remuneration may include such share incentive scheme for directors as may be determined by the board. Would a member please propose that resolution?
I propose.
Would a member please second the resolution?
Seconded.
And I see no questions on that resolution either, so it will now be put to the vote.
Live your way with an NCB on-the-go account. It's a flexible transactional account that helps you to manage your daily transactions 24/7. With NCB on the go, you get free online transactions between NCB accounts, 4 free ABM withdrawals per month, free online bill payments, and no minimum balance fee. You need your TRN, national ID, proof of address, proof of income, and $2,000. Open your NCB on-the-go account online at jncb.com/on-the-go. Conditions apply.
We know what you want. A little bit of fun, a little taste of adventure. You want joy. You want passion. Of course, security for you and your family. You want experiences that will last a lifetime and all your dreams turn to reality. To get exactly what you want, you need Clarion Plus. Our suite of tailored solutions and curated experiences gives you the freedom to shape Clarion the way you need, so you can build your life the way you want. Clarion Plus.
In a world where scams lurk around every corner, NCB is working tirelessly to protect you. Beware of red flags such as scare tactics, too good to be true offers, and fake transaction alerts. Remember, NCB will never send links or buttons through texts, WhatsApp, or emails, and NCB will never contact you to ask for your PIN, password, RSA token, or card number. Don't fall for fraud. Visit jncb.com/protect yourself.
We have on this resolution 63 in favor and 18 against, as indicated on screen. Chairman, could you declare the result?
I declare the motion carried.
Thank you. We now come to the appointment of auditors. PricewaterhouseCoopers have agreed to remain in office, and it is the company's wish to retain them. And so we now ask someone to propose the resolution as set out in the notice, that PricewaterhouseCoopers, having signified their willingness to serve, continue in office as auditors of the company until the conclusion of the next annual general meeting at a remuneration to be agreed with the directors. Would a member please propose?
I so propose.
And may we have another member second?
I second the motion.
And as usual, we will now ask Professor Wint, as our audit committee chair, to speak to the review of the auditor's performance for this last time.
Thank you very much, Corporate Secretary. Shareholders will take note of the fact that when you combine the director's report, so ably read by Partner Williams, and the financial statements that are recorded in the annual report document that you have, there are 214 pages of detailed information. And I think this is a testament to the complexity of this organization and the challenge associated with its auditing activity. The most complex organization, or certainly one of the most complex organizations to audit in the region. I'm sure PwC would agree. In that context, I want to report to shareholders that our auditors have been extraordinarily diligent during the course of the year. This diligence has been manifested in many ways. Attendance at our audit committee meetings has been exemplary by our auditors. We have had the benefit not only of the audit practice in Jamaica, but across the region, in addition to which we have been able to draw on through our, largely through our Jamaican team, the entire PwC global practice in terms of being able to provide us with the expertise to manage our audit affairs. Against this background, and against the fact that we engage in a regular process of assessing our auditors at all of our subsidiary companies and this parent company, and the assessment process has indicated that there is satisfaction from the perspective of our audit committee, from the perspective of those charged with the management of the audit exercise. Against that background, I want to let our shareholders know that we feel very, very confident in the work of PwC, and it's against this background that we are recommending to you that you vote to keep the PwC in office to continue to do the excellent work that they have been doing, and the very difficult work and the diligence that has been so ably demonstrated.
Thank you, Professor Wint. Now, we do have one question that has come in from Jean June Campbell. How long has PwC been NCB Financial Group's auditors? And I'm imagining we will want to take that question before NCB Financial Group, the standalone entity, which is really only about 8 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've had a long association with PwC, and certainly they have been our auditors, I think, for the entire period that I have served on the NCB board, which is 22 years. And there is obviously the ability to rotate auditors. And implicit in this question is, have we engaged in that process of rotation? And the answer is we have assessed PwC against the background of other prospective auditors available to us, and we have concluded that they are the best team to audit the complex organization that is NCB, NCBFG and its predecessor organizations. So that's our response. We recognize that rotation is useful, but it has to be set against the issue of complexity, of scope, of ability of the audit team to engage in our operations. And so we have chosen to stay with them in the same way we've chosen to stay with some of our directors, Chairman, after an assessment as to whether or not they ought to be replaced.
Thank you very much, Professor Wint. You've answered both the question that was asked and the question that might have been asked with it. We now would take the vote on that resolution. So we'll ask that person's vote now.
Today's woman is not just an entrepreneur, a mother, or the girlfriend that gets all the girls together. She's all that and much more. We call her a queen. She's driven to live life to the max, and nothing should slow her drive down. That's why Guardian General's Queen Guard Motor Insurance was created with this woman in mind. delivering benefits like 24-hour roadside assistance, uninsured motorist protection, windscreen coverage, replacement of personal belongings, speedy claims settlement, and so much more at affordable premiums that won't break your pocket. For more information, contact your broker or call us at 876-935-6681 or toll free 888-468-3474.
Hold on. How wrong with you?
List too long, my boss. The amount of bill I have to pay. Them go for collect some money a while ago. Me can't break down for me. The service all done and me never have no credit. You look like me even lost my wallet.
When you have the fear though?
When my life will go better.
At this and need, man.
Link? Why?
So you can live your best life.
What you mean?
Me and you talk about buy credit, pay bills, and collect money. All of that can do on the Link app.
Oh?
Yeah.
And that me want hear.
I tell you, man, you can live your best life with Link. But seriously, you have the fear though?
Just cool, man. Me will link you.
Alright then.
We have, Chair, 95 votes in favor and 3 against. Could you declare the result?
I declare the motion carried.
The next resolution, in respect of which we will ask members to vote, is that the resolutions considered at the company's general meeting of October 31, 2023, and all acts pursuant thereto be and are hereby ratified. Would a member please propose the motion?
I propose the motion.
Would a member please second the motion?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Now, this resolution is being put to the meeting in the context of the larger numbers of members who attend our annual general meeting, and with the benefit, of course, of additional time for the resolutions that were put to the previous general meeting to be considered. It is also underscoring NCB's ongoing commitment to approach the market at the right time to raise additional equity. Now, in that regard, we do have really 2 questions. They amount to 1. I will read them both and ask our Group Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Robert Almeida, to address them. So, we have a question here from David Rose. He says, the company has over $36 billion in debt coming due this year. You mentioned an APO last year to help pay down debt and strengthen the organization. When do you expect to execute this APO? And was the $10.82 billion extracted from the subsidiaries part of addressing the debt maturity? And then the other question is from Matthew Preston. It says, are you still planning on an APO? If so, when? The previous timeline was before the end of 2023. I don't know, I'd specifically call it a timeline, but Mr. Almeida.
Okay, thanks, Dave. I'll start off with maybe the back part of the question in terms of the dividends that had been paid up from the subsidiaries to NCB Financial Group. And I'll start off there, and the short answer to that question is yes, that would be part of the funds that we would use to repay some debt. But to put all of it into context, capital management is a significant part of what happens at the NCB Financial Group level. We have these subsidiaries called NCBJ, Guardian Holdings Limited, Clarion Bank, or Clarion Group Limited, and TFOP. And at the NCB Financial Group level, the task is capital management. So it is about raising capital, managing capital allocation across the group, divesting assets when appropriate. So these are all part of the strategies that we use to what we call recalibrate capital, which includes paying down debt. So yes, we upstreaming of dividends from the subsidiaries to NCB Financial Group is one of the strategies. An APO is one of our strategies that we have. Divestitures are one of the strategies we have. On the usage of capital, debt reduction is a primary focus of one of our uses of capital, but it wouldn't be going forward the exclusive use of capital because we do generate a lot of earnings as well. And therefore, we are also looking to allocate capital to the various business units, both through retained earnings as well as through potential reallocations of capital across the group. So like I said, the short answer to the question is APO is one of the strategies, as well as the upstreaming of the dividends, as well as divestitures like the recent one announced on NCB Cayman. And on the uses side, paying down debt is one of the priorities, but would not be the exclusive priority.
Thank you, Rob.
Oh, so sorry, I just added. So in terms of timing, we would continue to read the market's appetite. Same, it's, you know, we wanted to have the opportunity to do an APO along with all of our other strategies so that we can choose the opportune time to make something that actually optimizes the return on equity and optimizes our capital structure. So yes, we are continuously looking at the timing of and the sizing of an APO so that we optimize capital allocation and optimize returns for our shareholders.
Thank you, Rob. And the resolution will now therefore be put to the vote.
Investing just got easier. Introducing the NCB Capital Markets mobile app. We've expanded our digital investment solutions just for you. Build wealth anywhere, anytime. Buy and sell equities. Manage your investment portfolio. View stock trends and daily market performance. Download today. Register using your existing NCB online banking login credentials. To open an account or get more info, contact our Wealth Hub today.
In a world where scams lurk around every corner, NCB is working tirelessly to protect you. Beware of red flags such as scare tactics, too good to be true offers, and fake transaction alerts. Remember, NCB will never send links or buttons through texts, WhatsApp, or emails, and NCB will never contact you to ask for your PIN, password, RSA token, or card number. Don't fall for fraud. Visit jncb.com/protect yourself.
Are you prepared to make the most of your golden years? With the NCB Pensions Portal, you can safeguard your future with ease. Access safe retirement planning opportunities anytime, anywhere. Enroll in a pension plan, manage your investments, adjust your contributions, enjoy a world of convenience as you step into the future you desire. Log on to a better tomorrow. Visit smart.ncbinsurance.com to start planning now.
The results as shown on screen are 86 in favor and 3 against. Chairman, you can declare the results, please.
I declare the motion carried.
We now come to our section in which we generally field questions that have come in from our members. These will be fielded by persons who are in the room here, as well as executives and directors who may be online. There may be some questions that we will continue to take after the meeting if time does not allow all the questions, or if the questions are better answered individually to protect privacy or for other reasons. We will also generally seek to prioritize based on when questions or remarks were received, as well as allowing for broad member participation. So persons with many questions might not have them all answered. And I'm reminding persons that at this time, the only questions that we will be taking are the questions that are submitted through the question and answer functionality, other than those that may have been submitted by email before the meeting commenced. Now, first question that we have here is for, I believe I'll route this one to Mr. Robert Almeida. Matthew Preston asked, would NCB consider an open market share buyback?
So short answer would be, again, would be yes. At the current time, we would have more uses for capital than more productive uses of capital than to buy our shares back right now. So from that perspective, it wouldn't be something that we'd be considering imminently right now, but absolutely it falls into that category of capital recalibration is a function that we have to keep on doing so that we optimize the use of capital. Capital is very precious, and so we will continue to recalibrate between APO, dividends, earnings that we retain in businesses on the other side, as well as debt reduction. And so as we look at all of those things, share buybacks have been contemplated in the past and would be something that we would contemplate, but it's not something that is imminently on the table right now.
Thank you, Rob. We'll now have two questions for Bruce Bowen, the CEO of National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Limited. First, from Javon Russell. NCB has been around for 100 years. In light of that, what succession measures are being put in place to ensure that the NCB we have come to love and appreciate will be a bank of the future?
Thank you, great question. I guess succession, anticipating the intent of the question, succession could mean several different things. In terms of leadership succession, there is a detailed succession planning, leadership training and development program. As part of that, upon my assuming the CEO position, we designated and promoted 3 of our executives to executive vice president level, and in that capacity, they support me in oversight of some of the divisions beyond their direct responsibility, and that's creating some depth in our succession from a leadership position. In terms of just generally ensuring the ongoing strength of the business, it comes down to those things that the chairman has spoke about as well, making sure that we keep very focused on our customers and the initiatives that we're doing to ensure that we're addressing the pain points that we are hearing, to as well as ensuring that we continue to improve our efficiency, both in terms of profitability, but also just ensuring efficiency also means that we're able to process those basic transactions and those basic services and functions that customers are looking for, that we're doing it in a very quick way so that we're delivering quicker customer service. So answer that question from those 2 different perspectives, both leadership and then just strategic positioning for the future.
Thank you, Bruce. And then the next question for you is from Lloyd Smalling. He's asking, what steps are being taken by the bank to combat the recent rise in fraud cases?
Sure. Certainly fraud, and thanks for the question. Fraud has been one of those kind of top 2 or 3 customer pain points that we're hearing. Being the largest financial institution with the largest customer base in the country, by definition, the fraudsters out there target us and our clients. Having said that, the percentage, based upon information that Bank of Jamaica collects, the percentage of total fraud cases during calendar 2023 was lower than for us than our market share. We were 15-16% of total fraud cases. So I want to make that point. But what are we doing? This is a global phenomenon, so it's a function of continuing to stay connected with other banks internationally to see what are the new fraud approaches that we're receiving, making sure that as they are identified, we put the right technology controls around it. Specifically, over the last 6 months, we have put controls in terms of, there was a lot of, for example, smishing. That's where people send text messages to try and get customers to click on links. And that shot up in November as part of just fraudsters coming after us and other banks. And so we stopped those text alerts so that people wouldn't be confused that it could be a legitimate text from us. And that resulted in an almost immediate drop in the amount of attacks and therefore fraud cases. And the other thing, because I know there was a question online beforehand about the limits, we have reduced the daily transaction limits. To the vast majority of our clients, if they click on a link and a fraudster gets in and is able to transfer money from their accounts, for the vast majority of our customers, the previous limit of $500,000 could wipe out weeks and months of income for them. And so to protect them, we dropped that limit to 150,000, which is an amount that more than 80% of our customers never transfer more than that. However, to ensure, so some of it is just limiting the opportunity for loss. However, in that case, we have provided the option that if clients are those smaller percentage that do the larger transactions, that that they have an option of coming in or calling us, and we can increase the limit specifically for them to ensure that it's not impacting customer service to them. Other than that, it's an ongoing technology development. We're working on technology that would, on a more safe basis, get texts out to clients on certain types of transactions that they could verify that verify a transaction before it actually is put through. We're working with our technology partners and with other banks to look at the best way to both protect our customers and give our customers the tools in order to manage the level of risk that they are facing. But the final point I would make is the instances of fraud that come up and are advised to us has reduced significantly since November. And as a result, through some new technology and additional resources put into it, I can say that the delays, the long month or more delays in investigating fraud cases that were in place 4 or 5 months ago has been reduced to, I think our backlog is a maximum of 2 weeks right now. So we are now turning those investigations around much quicker. I hope that answers the question.
Thanks, Bruce. I think it would have done so quite comprehensively, and I'm hoping that that members would also have seen that one of those advertisements was in relation to protecting yourself was actually showing during one of the voting sections. I'm going to ask for you to stay on screen because I have another question here that we have, which is going to be partly, I think, for Malcolm Sadler, Group CFO, and partly for you. So you can coordinate your answers. Basel III is around the corner, and the chairman has been actively announcing that NCBJ is a systemically important financial institution, which it is. What was the capital adequacy of NCBJ, the bank, NCB Capital Markets, and Guardian Life in the first quarter of, the question says 2023, but I think it probably means 2024. And has BOJ changed the timeline for Basel III? Also, how will Basel III impact lending to international lenders? and even at home for loans like construction? And of course, how ready is NCBJ for Basel III? So that's David Rose's question. And Malcolm, maybe you can kick off and then Bruce can pick up.
Sure. Thanks, Dave. And thanks for the question, David. So the capital adequacy ratio fluctuates as at each reporting date based on the composition of regulatory capital and risk-weighted assets. So if we take a snapshot as at December 2023, the capital adequacy ratio for National Commercial Bank Jamaica Limited would have been approximately 14%. For NCB Capital Markets Limited, approximately 19%. Guardian Life, at the moment, they are still being audited. So the number isn't final as yet, but we expect their ratio to be above 200% when it is finalized. In relation to Basel III, we're awaiting the implementation date from the BOJ, but we have been planning for the implementation for a while now, and we are ready whenever BOJ announces the implementation date. Did I miss out anything, Dave?
Yeah, I think you covered the sections that probably you would have been covering, and I know Bruce will want to comment on the expected impact on international lenders and at home for loans like construction, which was the other part of the question.
Sure. And thanks, David, for the question. Always great technical questions. In addition to, let me just say before, specifically on the lending, to say that in addition to Malcolm's comment on exactly where we are, NCBJ has, wow, for at least 6 months now been working, and all banks working with Bank of Jamaica to, we report to them both on the Basel III basis and the existing basis, just so that they can be aware of where we're going to be sitting. And so that, for that reason, we have great confidence in knowing where we are now, and when Basel III is made effective, that we're going to be in a position that we have cushion over the requirements at that point in time. Beyond that, in terms of the impact on lending, it will not initially have a significant impact on lending, to the extent that we are today look at risk-adjusted return on capital. While there are some changes in terms of capital weighting under Basel III, and could therefore impact the potential pricing that as a bank we'd be looking to achieve. To be honest, the bigger impacts are more when it comes to certain asset classes having a lower capital weighting, and therefore give, and those are particularly on the retail side, there's some asset classes, and therefore there'll be an ability to look at our pricing there, and if they are less than 100% capital weighted. But on the construction side, I believe we certainly we are already risk-based pricing, looking at risk-adjusted capital, and it wouldn't have an impact there. I think the bigger change is, to be honest, the way, not so much on the lending side, but the way it brings in, interest rate gapping, operational risks, impacts, and capital allocation for those types of risks. So it just puts heightened focus on non-credit balance sheet risks is where the biggest impact is going to be.
Thank you, Bruce. All right. Next question. I have a question here for Ian Truron. And Ian is the CEO of Clarion Bank Limited. So Ian, I'm just checking that you're hearing me first.
I am, Dave. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. So the question is this, and it comes also from David Rose. Why doesn't Clarion declare dividends so that NCB Financial Group can benefit from the economic activity at that level? Is it that Clarion is resolute on growth, or are there regulatory constraints?
Thank you for the question, Dave, and thank you, Mr. Rose, for your questions. I think to start with, I would just echo Mr. Almeida's comments that we recognize that capital is precious, precious for a number of reasons. Financial stability, first and foremost. Second, I would say to facilitate growth. But we certainly recognize that it's also precious because it needs to provide a return on investments to its shareholders. So with that backdrop, Clarion now sits with capital ratio in excess of 27% as at December the 31st, 2023. So the question is a very good one. Why are we not, or why have we not declared dividends in the recent past? And I think it's important to frame the response twofold. One is from a regulatory perspective, and two is as a direct correlation to Clarion's financial performance. From a regulatory perspective, Bermuda has been operating under Basel III, a topic that's been in focus during this AGM. We've been operating under a Basel III framework for quite a number of years, and therefore that has come with a heightened or increased capital requirement, and we are fully Basel III compliant at this time. Furthermore, Bermuda doesn't operate a lender of last resort. We have no central bank, and therefore the Bermuda Monetary Authority, our regulator, is quite prudent with regards to financial stability, and therefore jurisdictionally we have comparatively, I would say, higher capital ratios than perhaps some of our peer jurisdictions. As I reflect on Clarion, it's important that we look at the financial metrics. So one, how did we rate relative to our peers? And historically, we had a lower capital ratio, not a reflection of financial stability issues, but just comparatively in winning business going forward, we need to demonstrate a very strong and resilient capital ratio. And we've now done so. We now operate, as I say, with a capital ratio in excess of 27%, which is in excess of some of our peers. Secondly, we needed to look at our financial performance as well as our asset quality. And I would say, based on our financial results, the NPL ratio now in the fives, and a return on equity in double-digit ratio, that we have achieved significant improvements in our financial performance and asset quality. And then third, with regards to growth, the bank has achieved significant growth in its balance sheet revenue sources, but it's been very prudent in the way it's done so in the allocation of risk-weighted assets. And lastly is the non-organic growth aspirations that the entity has. And we continue, as we did in 2023, we acquired a corporate service business and the trust business, and we continue to look at non-organic growth opportunities in front of us. What I would say is that the 2024 to 2026 strategy was presented to the board of directors of Clarion. The financial forecast for that same period was presented and was approved, and it does incorporate a dividend payout ratio of a prudent level to maintain its growth aspirations, demonstrate financial resilience, and provide a return on investment to its shareholders. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Okay. Question here for Robert Almeida. NCB Financial Group, this is also, I'm sorry, from David Rose. NCB Financial Group extracted 5.41 billion from NCB Cayman in the first quarter of this year before announcing this month that we are selling the Cayman entity less than 14 months after having been issued a Class A license. What led to this decision, and will it not weaken the leverage that Cayman Islands represents to NCB Financial Group?
This is going to sound a little bit repetitive now. I think you'd expect us to be fluid all the time. You'd expect us to be continuously looking at our assets, at the various markets, and recalibrating our strategies, fine-tuning our strategies all the time. So let's start with Cayman Islands. We have no desire to reduce our focus, to give up in any way on the platform and the base we have built in Cayman for Cayman itself, as well as for Cayman Islands as a portal, just like Bermuda as a portal into the rest of the world. But we can do that in a way that actually frees up more capital for us that we can use for other purposes around the group. By acquiring the Class A license, we made the platform more attractive. And in so doing, we increased the attractiveness of the asset, which meant that the capital that we could actually get for the asset and what we could then turn around and make use of that capital, where we could make use of that capital elsewhere, would be accretive to the overall group. So what we're doing is we're always looking at saying, where can we free up some excess capital? And what better use can we put it to? And that is a continuous exercise we go through. And I guess I'm inferring from the question that says, hey, you went out and you got a Class A license. Have you done an about face on your strategy? And I'm trying to say that these are the purpose of us pursuing strategies is actually to create more options for us all the time. And in creating more options, we then have the ability to fine tune, to adjust, and to take advantage of synergies where we can, and overall increase the efficiency of capital utilization across the group. If we never recalibrate, if we never reallocate, then it kind of implies that every single asset across our group is performing exactly the same. But on the basis that they're not, and that the outlooks don't necessarily fit, and we have different strategies that will increase the performance of certain assets where we can extract more synergy, then we're better off. We're better off to do that. Whereas for somebody else, the acquisition and the investment in the Cayman banking side is actually more valuable to them because their strategy is a little different. But we also look forward to working very heavily with Berkeley. We're going to continue to maintain NCB Capital Markets Cayman, and we look to work with Berkeley to see how NCB together with this with a relationship with Berkeley, who is acquiring NCB Cayman Limited, but we look to have a good relationship with them where we can actually be collaborative and cooperative with each other so that we can expand each other's businesses going forward.
Thanks, Rob. Okay, I'll take, I think, 2 more questions from David Rose, and then we have a few others from other shareholders. Next question from David Rose is for Ian Chinapu. Ian, here goes. Could you speak to GHL's fourth quarter performance, that's your fourth quarter, since IFRS 17 doesn't allow for some context to be interpreted? Also, was there actuarial strengthening? Did you sell all the units at the Cambridge? And where are you in terms of reinsurance planning ahead of April? So I know I said it was a question, but I think it's 4.
More questions. Sure,
if you need me to
no
repeat,
problem.
I can.
No, I'm good. Thank you very much. So, of course, for everyone, you'll realize that Guardian Holdings' fourth quarter is NCBFG's first quarter. So we're talking about the October to December 2023 period compared, and we'll compare it to October to December 2022. So in that period, Guardian Holdings' fourth quarter, we would have had a tremendous performance compared to the year before. In Jamaican dollar terms, we had a profit attributable to our shareholders of 7.9 billion, which is up 322% over the corresponding period. Even adjusting for the one-off gain that Malcolm would have explained earlier, we'd have had about 130% improvement over that prior quarter. That performance, is very pleasing to us. Notwithstanding, there's one line which is an expense line which grew by Jamaican 1.3 billion, but we're happy for that because that is the line of net insurance finance expenses, where actually we pay out as an expense to us, but it's actually income to our policyholders who have investment products with us. So it's actually creating that wealth that the chairman would have shared a bit earlier. In terms of IFRS 17, and I know over time there'll be more experience with this new standard, in that it's really meant to add greater detail and transparency in terms of insurance and insurance operations. And I know it's new, so we'll get more experience. And please, for those of you who are interested, you can go to the myguardiangroup.com website, where we have put out presentations explaining in greater detail IFRS 17 details. So overall, quarter on quarter, we have performed very, very well, 322% improvement. In terms of actuarial strengthening, IFRS 17 has nothing to do specifically with actuarial strengthening. We continue to focus on our capital adequacy and reserves. And as Malcolm mentioned earlier, we typically have regulatory hurdles, but we also set even higher standards for ourselves. And we've consistently maintained in excess of those targets and across each company in the group, whether life, health, and pensions or the general insurance business. So we continue to strengthen, and as we go forward, our regulators will be adapting to IFRS 17 and possibly modifying some of their capital adequacy ratios, and we'll announce those and share those. All insurance companies will across the region in due course. In terms of the Cambridge units, we have 70% of them sold. We have 50 units remaining. So anyone who's interested, please pay us a visit. They're great properties and great investment. And in terms of our reinsurance planning, of course, every year we do renew our annual policies, reinsurance policies in April, as David Rose knows. And thank you, David, again, for your insightful questions. We are already preparing and sharing data with our reinsurers. What we do is we make a very strong case based on our claims history, based on our actual experiences. And we've seen an uptick in claims, and we've seen an uptick in global reinsurance rates over the last 2 years, especially last year. So we are being very detailed in the data we provide to them to make our case in terms of the strength of our underwriting and the strength of our claims management to hopefully have, as close as possible to a flat year in terms of premiums. But we know that there's pressure globally by the reinsurance companies, by losses they're taking across the world to put pressure on increasing reinsurance rates. But we will be doing our very best to demonstrate, that in our case, our underwriting and our claims management is above the market, and therefore we should be able to maintain as close as possible to the rates we have now. But as we go forward, we'll announce more closer to April and even after April. Thank you, Dave.
Yep, thanks, Ian. Next question for David Rose. We're going to take this one, I think, to Rob Almeida. And NCBFG is focused on paying dividends going forward on a quarterly basis. Now, NCBJ, the bank, has to be contributing to the statutory reserve fund due to the increase in share capital, Basel III considerations, and considerable write-off in loans. How do you expect to fund this dividend between taking into account the drop in NCB capital markets profitability in the first quarter and the lack of dividends from Clarion?
There is we'll be contributing, and we just did contribute some, we'll some of the retained earnings into the statutory reserve. There'll be a better technical answer that Malcolm could probably give you, but the best thing I give you, we generate a lot of income in this business. The contribution that would have to go to the statutory reserve is much below what we would otherwise have. So if you think of a payout ratio of 50%, the contribution to the statutory reserve is much less than that. So therefore, it's well within that whole idea of having 50%, 40, 50% type payout ratios from the businesses as a target. Ian Turin spoke about it in the context of Clarion, that in their forecast and in their projections and in their plans, there are plans to pay dividends. Guardian in their projections and in their forecast, notwithstanding IFRS 17, notwithstanding Basel 3, notwithstanding transfers to reserves, all of these things are actually baked into plans. And in the context of those plans, we still see our ability to be able to meet our goals of paying our shareholders, the shareholders of NCB Financial Group, dividends, consistent dividends, and increasing dividends. Malcolm, do you want to add anything to that?
Well, sure. So in relation to a transfer to statutory reserves, we have been transferring every year to retain earnings reserve, which is based on management's discretion. We have the option to transfer instead to the statutory reserves. So that's not new for National Commercial Bank Jamaica Limited. If you look at 2023, the bank would have transferred 8.1 billion to retain earnings reserve. We could have transferred that to statutory reserves as well. In relation to Basel 3, I mean, based on our assessment, we will meet the requirements of Basel 3. We have been submitting reports on the Basel 3 as a parallel, and based on those reports, we will meet the new ratios.
All right, thanks, Rob, thanks, and thanks, Malcolm. Two more questions, I think, for Rob. First, from Chadwick Goldsmith. In contemplating a prospective APO, is there also a consideration for a stock split to ignite a greater prospect of trading fluidity and price appreciation of the stock?
That's a great question. Historically, the logic is that purely math-wise, stock splits don't do anything. But I'd say, having said that, there are market dynamics that should be taken into consideration. So definitely something that we will take a look at and consider. I know we in the past, one of the other things that we've always had to look at is because we're listed on a couple of exchanges, because we're also, and so from that perspective, we also look at what it would do to the share price in that currency, and keeping in mind, so like if, for example, if you were to think about U.S. listings, you then have to worry about whether you turn your stock into a penny stock in U.S. dollars versus what the currency is in the local market. So that's one of the additional complexities we have, but it is definitely something that we will consider. So it's a great, appreciate the question.
Okay, I think those are actually the questions that we have. Let me just check. Yep. Those are the questions that we have that we would be able to take in the meeting. Now we have, oh no, I'm sure there was another one. I'm sorry. And my apologies. We're having a little bit of a challenge in the app, so I'm not able to mark questions as being answered and to answer the questions that would not be answered live. But I am able to see the questions. The last question that we will take now is from Javon Russell for Rob. Would you say that the sale of assets held by NCB will continue this year, or going forward, will we see more acquisitions? I'm not sure it's one or the other.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
go
It's not one or
ahead.
the other. I have the metaphor I tend to use from time to time is what you don't want to become is you don't want to become a hoarder, and I think we don't want to become just emotionally attached to assets. We want to continuously look at assets in the context of our goals. So look at our framework. Our guiding light is we want to achieve a certain type of return on equity. We want to maintain a dividend payout ratio that's attached to that. We want to hit cost to income targets. We want to see, when you put all those together, you'll come up with dollar numbers on earnings and dollars per share. And so it's actually our job to keep looking at assets that we think should be divested and things we should invest in for growth. The one thing I would try and point out, ask everyone to keep in mind, is the last few years we've grown through acquisition. So we've acquired a lot of assets. We've invested a lot of money in inorganic growth, in Guardian and Clarion, as well as investing in new divisions and new startups. And so what gets camouflaged there, what gets lost, is the latent growth that is in our platform today. So to just throw out a rough number, right? So let's just use a round number. Take a round number of $30 billion of net profit after tax, and if we retained 50% of that in the businesses, that's like us basically buying a $15 billion business every single year. So just operating within those payout ratios means that this business, kind of below the waterline, is growing at a rate that is larger than many other businesses out there in their entirety. Just the organic growth in the combination of NCB, Guardian, Clarion, the organic growth and the capital, and so it's all kind of like our number one best use of capital is actually organic growth within the businesses. And so at this time, with the platform that has been assembled over the last few years, the goal is actually to make sure we're maximizing in the organic growth, because it's the most efficient growth we can get. We get the benefit of operating leverage because we're adding growth without having to add operating costs at the same rate. We gain on financial leverage with our because it makes better use of our capital. So organic growth right now would be the best use conceptually of our capital. It's not that we won't look at inorganic growth, but I think the greater focus for us is we've definitely assembled an incredible platform, diversity of geography, diversity of lines of business that we can pull all together, as we spoke earlier, to provide incredible wealth management solutions to our clients. And as we do that, the organic growth potential in the business should be our number one opportunity to maximize shareholder value.
Thank you, Rob. Chairman, those are the questions that we would be taking during this session. We do have some other queries, including some specific customer queries that can't be fully and properly addressed in a forum like this. So we will ensure that our client experience team responds to those. But with that, Chair, hand over back to you. I was asked to remind everyone to stay tuned for the post-AGM event with Kalila Reynolds, but I know that you have some special matters to attend to, sir, in addition to your closing remarks.
Well, I think the special matter that Dave is referring to is a ceremony that I really didn't want to perform, which is to bid a long-standing director, Professor Wint, the ADIO from this board, and I guess to best wish him the best for his future endeavors. Professor Wint has, as you know, has been our chief lead independent director for many decades. He has served this organization impeccably. He has served this organization with integrity, with passion, intelligence, and total alignment between himself, the organization, and all stakeholders. So, Professor Wint, on behalf of the board, on behalf of all the shareholders, all the stakeholders, we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. You're now transitioning to be an alumnus. And, you know, we certainly wish you the best. And thank you very much for your services, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My absolute pleasure. Thank you.
So in conclusion, you know, a lot of the questions that I heard were pertaining to capital allocation of our funds. And I'd just like to make things simple so that we can all default to a framework that guides us. And when it comes to capital allocation, whether we buy a new asset, whether we sell an existing asset, or we hold, the following framework is relevant to us. We pass that decision through the following sieve. We refer to it as the 3 Ds. We will look at any asset to buy if it, number one, it passes through the first D, which is it creates no distraction to our existing business. Second D is it must pose no dilution to shareholders. And the third D is that it must not impinge on dividend. So that's this framework we use for looking at assets to buy. It is also the framework we use to look at assets that we should be disposing of and also to hold. So we're governed by a framework, and frameworks simplify how we can explain. It keeps us on the straight and narrow, and it helps us to make better and consistent decisions over time. And at the end of the day, this institution, as I said earlier, is in a unique position because under one umbrella, we have a major banking institution and a major insurance institution dominant in major markets throughout the Caribbean. That is unique unto itself. And these two institutions, they have something in common that most businesses don't. They have the opportunity to have linear progressing cash flow, revenues, profits. And therefore, it is our responsibility to make sure we capitalize on the linearity of both businesses to provide that type of a linearity to shareholders in terms of what they can expect from us, which I reiterate, we, the National Financial NCB Financial Group, is best suited to be a great dividend-paying machine, which we will. We're allocating capital. We're becoming more efficient. We're addressing governance issues, and we're being more customer-focused, and it all leads to becoming more predictable in terms of our dividend paying ability, and also an increasing dividend paying ability over time. Now, before I wrap up this meeting, I would like to make special mention of two gentlemen who have served this institution well since 2004 until 2023. I'm referring to Patrick Hilton and Dennis Cohen. Patrick and Dennis, they have served the bank. They, in fact, we would joke, if you cut their vein, you see NCB bleeding. So at this point, I'd like to wish Patrick and Dennis all the best in their new endeavors, in their new chapter. Again, you two are alumni, and we just value what you've done for the organization, shareholders, stakeholders, value what you've done for the organization to bring us to this point. Thank you very much. And on that note, I am now closing this session. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. You have just watched NCB's annual general meeting for 2024. And I'm Kalila Reynolds, and I'm here with David Rose. We also have Dr. Leo Ray Gordon, who's the head of economic and financial research analysis at NCB. And for our post-show, we're also joined by Sheree Martin, who's executive vice president of retail banking at NCB. Welcome back, guys.
Thank you.
I feel like it's an NBA game. I'll come in now with the post analysis of what just happened. So David, let me start with you, because you had a ton of questions for, as usual, for the NCB executives. What was the highlight for you?
You know, it's more so getting some context about, how they're taking a strategy towards paying down debt and, looking at timing the APO appropriately. You heard, the different persons, asking about stock splits, about share buybacks, which, does indicate that a lot of persons do want to see NCB share price back above the $200 mark, which was a hallmark thing back in 2019, but still a progressive event in motion. The part where, Bruce Bowen spoke about the measures being put in place to reduce fraud, some of those high-level topics, and, Sir referring to the plan to do guidance going forward, about the future performance. So, like, NCB is moving more so towards certain standards that you see in the US markets. They've always been, discussing the quarterly results during the earnings calls and, to give guidance, most of that highest that we need across the rest of the Caribbean, not even Jamaica, but across the rest of the Caribbean, to be honest. So that's my highlight.
Yeah, I think for me as well, definitely, I knew that the fraud question would come up because on our platforms, it's the number one thing that people always ask us about. And I know that for NCB, it's no different being the largest commercial bank. We will get a lot of, you will be targeted if you're the largest bank, just by a numbers game. So just to recap for our viewers what was said about NCB's fight against fraud, by current CEO Bruce Bowen. So they've stopped sending out text alerts so that people can be confused because of all the phishing and the skimming and the smishing has been going on. So you no longer have to be confused. If you get a text asking for any information, it is not from NCB. So that's one. Number two, they've reduced the daily transaction limits. That one was just announced, I think, last week. So from 500,000 a day to 150,000 a day. However, you can call your bank if you need that to be adjusted. Number three, they're looking at text to verify transactions. So using technology, sending a text message for you to verify that transaction. And they've also significantly reduced the delay in investigating these claims. So from 1 month, now you can get your claim investigated and closed within about 2 weeks. So a lot is being done on that front. But let me bring in Sheree.
Yes.
So Sheree, a lot has been said both on the shareholder side and the customer side. Let's start with shareholders. What should shareholders take from today's meeting?
I think they should take comfort in the fact that we are delivering on our promises to strengthen the organization under the framework that you've heard articulated recently: efficiency. How do we run a more efficient business? How do we look at our processes and policies? And to the extent that they may have layers that are not as friendly or unnecessary, certainly in terms of turnaround time, responsiveness, we want to address that. Certainly in terms of how we leverage the investments we've made in technology over the last couple of years, and see how those investments can now transform how we process services and transactions for customers, and making sure that those benefits are realized. I also think they can take comfort in the fact that they're seeing more focus on governance, but I like the spin the chairman puts on governance. Governance is not about the board in this case, because I think we run a pretty good board. I think his message around governance of self, how do you demonstrate an owner's mindset? How do you show up every day at work with a sense of responsibility for how you deliver? That message has been an interesting one for team members to reflect on in terms of governance. And then, of course, most important, I think this is the phrase that Dr. Gordon and I will tell you is probably the most widely used in NCB: customer experience. How do we turn the tide on what the perceptions are around how we serve? And I think if you think about customers being at the heart of your business, a shareholder should take comfort in the fact that the business is focused on improving how it is seen by its customers.
Which is funny, because just before we came on, I was asking about your title. Of retail banking and customer experience.
What did I say?
No, but everybody's
focused on customer experience.
That's not just exclusive to you as VP anymore.
Yeah.
So Leo, one of the heavy emphasis coming out of the meeting, and even before the meeting, was the focus on paying consistent dividends. I think Mr. Leachin also said we need to be best suited to becoming a great dividend paying machine.
Yes.
And a part of doing that is controlling those expenses.
Yes.
But when people hear controlling expenses as a customer, you might be thinking, how will that impact me as a customer?
Right.
What are you cutting? Won't that make a difference in the quality of service that you can give me if you're cutting expenses?
Right. No, I think one of the big ideas that we're driving forward is the idea of partnership. That NCB, we're in partnership with our customers and shareholders. And we had mentioned in the pre-meeting, Kalila, the idea of efficiency. It's almost like changing the oil in a car. If you haven't changed your oil in a year, you definitely feel the difference when you do. So that is a whole part of the push. What we saw reported here is the already benefits of some of the change that has happened. We're seeing where our performance numbers are increasing across the board. Net income is doubled, earnings per share is doubled, return on assets are doubled, return on equity are doubled, cost to income is coming down, and all of those things will help us become a dividend-paying machine.
Man say machine, you know.
Yes.
Not just regular dividend-paying machine.
Yes. So and that's what we heard Mr. Almeida talk about the future, and that future was comprised of about three things really we can put in a framework, which are our capital optimization. When we look at the use and benefit of capital, not only in Jamaica, but across the region, is capital being used and allocated efficiently for the maximum return? Go ahead.
Another issue, Sherry, for customers has been access to their cash.
Yes.
Especially via the ATMs. I heard it addressed at the meeting. Mr. Almeida was touching on it.
Yes.
Just give us a recap of what those measures are.
Well, essentially, he acknowledged that whereas we see improvements in the service levels, NCB reports are on a 95% uptime for its machines. We're still not happy because there's 5% of machines that, a customer wane. That focus will not wane. I think we have demonstrated in the last couple of months further investments in how we're ensuring that channel stays up. We've adjusted to the polymer notes, which was introduced in June, and we've also...
Can you deposit notes now?
Yes, you can. Yes, we were one of the first banks to complete our transition of machines to be able to both accept and dispense the polymer notes. It's work in progress. It's continuing. I want to big up my ATM team under Daniel Cameron Duncan because they are doing an amazing job in ensuring that those complaints are eliminated. We have put additional resources in place. We've done enhancements to the machines. We've changed out machines, upgraded hardware. There's more to come because we recognize the pivotal representation of our brand that the ATM represents.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're not taking that for granted.
Yeah, I want to go back to the discussion on what NCB is doing about fraud, especially regarding the transaction limits, because that's brand new.
Yes, it is.
It was said, I think, about a great point.
You want specific numbers?
Sure, go ahead.
So I believe it was Bruce, but when you pointed out that about 80% of the customers at NCBJ do not, transact at the $500 limit.
Yeah.
So what he was pointing out was that with that 500K limit, if fraudsters to compromise your account, your entire weeks/months of savings, would vanish like that.
Yeah.
So he pointed out that because you've actually reduced that limit now, if it does happen, you're not facing that significant magnitude of risk.
Right.
And what he also pointed out was that for persons who actually want to have that limit increase, they can contact their customer care. But as you also pointed out, Sherry, you can also send an email.
You can send an email, you can upload the form in the app. Listen, we're trying to balance the risk with the convenience. Many customers would have come to see those higher limits. What we also recognize when we're looking at this was that we have some of the higher limits in the market. We checked with other banks and their daily limits are much lower than ours, but they do have the ability for customers to get higher limits. So we said, okay, if we looked at the data, the majority of our customers are not using $500,000 a day. Let's move it to a level where we are seeing them on average do those transactions and have that be the norm, and then introduce the ability for persons who want higher limits to request same. Our challenge now is to ensure that those requests are facilitated as quickly as possible because it's a new change.
That's the thing, yes. What's the turnaround time?
It's 2 days. I'm not happy with 2 days. I think it should be something that we can turn around in 12 hours, 24 hours. And I'm challenging the team to do that. But it's a recent change and we've had to modify, some of our processes to facilitate it.
So it's all manual. You send that email, a person actually reviews it.
Well, actually, we have our IT team upload the changes in the limits overnight.
No,
so,
I mean, if you need to change,
right? You complete
the form. Need more than 150.
Right. We send you the form. The form is online, or you can.
Where specifically?
It's on ncb.com website under support, download, and you see the form. Personal online banking limit increase form.
Okay.
You can check it there. You download it. You select the tier that you want because we have several tiers. You could, go at 500,000. $1 million, $2 million per day. You select the tier you want, you complete that form, and you send it back. You can upload it through the mobile app, or you can email it to onlinelimitsupdate@gncb.com.
So it's a one-time thing. So that increases your limit permanently.
Right.
Oh, so the impression I had is that you have to do this every time.
Oh no, absolutely not. Absolutely. Let's make that clear. If you change your limit, that limit stays. Yeah. No, you can maybe come back in and say, okay, I'm not really comfortable with 500,000, or this is not enough for me. I need to go higher because we have 3 tiers, I believe, or 4. But once it's changed, it's changed. You can use it.
And does this apply only to personal
banking? Yes, it's only for personal
Okay.
customers. Our business customers are not seeing that level of exposure or risk that would warrant us to revisit their limits.
That would be a lot more difficult for business customers.
Absolutely, absolutely.
If they have that limitation.
Yeah.
So David, let me ask you as a shareholder now, put on your shareholder cap, because you always come to the meetings with all of your questions.
Yes.
Are you satisfied with what you heard today at NCB?
I want to sleep early, Kalila. No, but to be honest, I know that anything went on pretty long between the auditor segments and, all the events that would have been discussed, to be honest. It would have been interesting to hear a couple of other things, It's good to get some level of context, following I believe it would have been November briefing, on some of the other changes that have occurred, especially with all that's been going on, It's good, to hear about the dividend return focus. It's good to hear about, just that capital recalibration and dealing with that debt pad that exists at the holding company level. So it was a good meeting. I wish, a ChatGPT could give me a summary like next minute, but still work in progress by the OpenAI team.
And for you, Leah, what would you like to leave our viewers with today?
That the outlook is positive. NCBFG is on an up and up. The metrics are looking good.
And the numbers prove it.
The numbers prove it. The attitude of the team that works within the group reflects it. And the shareholders will soon feel it as well. Part of a critical forward-looking assessment is understanding what the economic environment will be like in the next 12 months and the next 24 months. We heard the auditors examine thoroughly the assumptions therein. And what we're seeing is that the environment will be one that is supportive due to regulation, but one in which we have and expect real economic growth, high consumer spending, and a sound economic environment to expand.
Sherry? I'm just very convinced and focused on the value that we will continue to bring to our stakeholders and to improve where we're not doing well. We're not happy. We're not fully there in terms of our service, just how we operate. There are things that are going well, but there are things that need fixing. And as Leo said, the team is really, really hell-bent on ensuring that those things that need to be fixed are fixed and in short order.
I have a question for you, Sherry,
Sure.
So you mentioned all the other things, but, in terms of customer education, like how will that, be a pivotal focus going forward? Because you have persons who are not aware that they can freeze their cards manually.
Yes.
Right? And the thing is, I know that before it's on with the website, most persons would go and visit to freeze their debit or credit card.
Right, yes.
And I've heard that you added that feature in the app. So can you just give some more context on some of these items?
We launched a self-serve campaign in January, which we kind of pulled it back because of all that was happening with fraud and prioritized the continued education of customers on ways to mitigate account fraud. But there is definitely a full-blown comprehensive campaign waiting to be promulgated across all channels to talk about those features and to give customers more education or to educate them more on the options that they have to self-serve and not to have to visit a branch or to call. So yes.
I appreciate it.
All right. Well, I want to thank our panel today. Thank you for tuning in, all of our viewers across multiple platforms. As we're streaming all over the internet, so many media houses streaming us today. Thanks, of course, to our hardworking production team and to the team here at NCB for facilitating this event. I'm Kalila Reynolds. I'll see you again soon. Watch the replay, like, subscribe, share the video.
Back in 2002, when I acquired National Commercial Bank Jamaica Limited, I had this big idea. NCB was going to be more than just a bank. It was going to be the people's bank, focused on building a better Jamaica. Fast forward to today, NCB Financial Group Limited stands tall and continues to be guided by our purpose to empower people, unlock dreams, and build communities. We are passionate about doing well by doing good, giving back to the communities we serve through various charitable endeavors such as those championed by our NCB Foundation. As the largest financial group in Jamaica, we are steadfast in our purpose of becoming a world-class financial ecosystem. Our foundation is solid, and we're firmly positioned to continue delivering value to our shareholders. We know the issues we have faced over the past year, But after every storm, the world is a little different, and so are we. We're energized with our focus on efficiency, governance, and enhancing customer experience. It has been our privilege to serve you, to grow with you, and to improve for you. Thank you for allowing us to be part of your journey towards achieving your dreams. Here's to a successful 2024 and beyond.
We know what you want. A little bit of fun. A little taste of adventure. You want joy. You want passion. Of course, security for you and your family. You want experiences that will last a lifetime and all your dreams turn to reality. To get exactly what you want, you need Clarion Plus. Our suite of tailored solutions and curated experiences gives you the freedom to shape Clarion the way you need, so you can build your life the way you want. Clarion Plus.
The way you've built your career into a masterpiece, so you can have days that look like a work of art, will be the legacy that will live on as your crowning glory. Now let us help put the finishing touches on your brilliance with Clarion's vast experience, deep expertise, and digital tools, all focused to give you what you deserve, the finest things in life.
Today's woman is not just an entrepreneur, a mother, or the girlfriend that gets all the girls together. She's all that and much more. We call her a queen. She's driven to live life to the max, and nothing should slow her drive down. That's why Guardian General's Queen Guard Motor Insurance was created with this woman in mind. Delivering benefits like 24-hour roadside assistance, uninsured motorist protection, windscreen coverage, replacement of personal belongings, speedy claims settlement, and so much more at affordable premiums that won't break your pocket. For more information, contact your broker or call us at 876-935-6681 or toll free 888-468-3474.
Should critical illness strike, don't let worry fill your head. Say hello to happiness and goodbye to worry with Guardian Life's new Ultimate Provider Plan. Secure your medical expenses in the event of critical illness ahead of time while benefiting from our investment portfolio and so much more. Give yourself and your family the peace of mind you deserve with Guardian Life's new Ultimate Provider Plan today. And live secure. Live easy.
Opening an investment account is easier with Go IPO. Crush the paperwork and get online with NCB Capital Markets' fully digital investment account opening platform. No need to visit an NCB Capital Markets location. You can upload any required documents like your ID, proof of address, and a TRN from the comfort of your home. Plus, you can open the account with joint account holders. Be ready for the next IPO. Visit goipo.jncb.com to open your investment account today. Conditions apply.